Reunion.
Good morning, everyone. I call this meeting to order. This is the 41st meeting of the Canadian Heritage Committee. I want to say that this meeting is taking place on the unceded traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people.
On Monday, June the 13th, the committee is meeting on the study of Hockey Canada's involvement in alleged sexual assaults committed in 2018. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format, and again, pursuant to the House of Commons Thursday, June the 23rd, 2022 order, members are attending in a hybrid setting. Those on the floor will know that there is a place that you can get your interpretation on the floor itself. There's a plug-in space for you to get interpretation. Those virtually, there is a little globe at the bottom of your screen, and if you press that, you will get interpretation in English or French, depending on which you prefer. Now, I want to make a few comments very quickly for the benefit of the witnesses and members. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone if you wish to speak, or activate your mic and then mute once you've finished. Also, if you wish to speak or to have anything to let me know, and you're virtual, you can put your hand in the raised hand segment, and if you're on the floor, the clerk will tell me that you raised your hand, so that I need to make sure that a reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. And in accordance with our routine motion, I'm informing the committee that all witnesses have completed the required connection tests in advance of the meeting. And now I would like to welcome our witnesses. As an individual, we have Monsieur Glenn McCurdy, Canadian Hockey League, Dan McKenzie, President, Hockey Canada, Scott Smith, President et Chef de l'Exploration, Brian Caro, Chef de Finance, Fondation Hockey Canada, Dave Andrews, President, Foundation.
Dave Andrews, Chair, Hockey Canada Foundation.
Then we have the Hockey League of Ontario with David Branch. We have the Major Junior Hockey League of Quebec, Gilles Courteau, who is a commissioner, and the Hockey League in the West, who is Ron Robinson. Now, here's the drill. I will give each one of these witnesses, not every person, but each one of the associations and organizations, 5 minutes. I will give you a 30 minutes, so listen for me yelling 30 minutes into your ear, and so that you know you have 30 minutes to round up. And then we begin with a question and answer section. I'd like you to be as concise as you can, please, because we have to fit in a lot of questions into this, and we need to make sure we're on time. So we begin.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's John Nader.
Yes. Yes, John.
I would ask the witnesses be sworn in prior to their testimony.
Do I have the agreement of excuse me, of all of the committee?
Agreed.
Agreed? Then we shall go ahead and have the clerk do that swearing in, please.
Okay, I will, Madam Chair. Just a point of information for you and the members of the committee. 7 of the witnesses are in person, and I'll proceed to swear them in momentarily, one at a time. 3 of the witnesses are virtual. I've just sent them a text of either the oath or the solemn affirmation. And once I'm done swearing in the witnesses here physically in the room, each one of them can be recognized by you, and they will read out either the oath or the solemn affirmation to the committee, and that will constitute their swearing in.
Thank you. No, you have that.
I, Glenn McCurdy, do swear that the evidence I shall give on this examination shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. Okay, here's the Bible. You just include your name.
Clerk, you're going to have to guide me for the people on the floor, please.
I, Scott Smith, do swear that the evidence I shall give on this examination shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I affirm that the witness has been sworn in.
I, Brian Cairo, do solemnly and sincerely and truly affirm and am I reading the right one?
You can do the solemn affirmation or the oath. If you want to do the Bible, you do the oath.
I, Brian Cairo, do swear that the evidence I shall give at this examination shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I affirm that the witness has been duly sworn in.
You can do either. You can choose the oath or the solemn affirmation.
I, Dan McKenzie, do swear that the evidence I shall give on this examination shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I declare that the witness has been duly sworn in. Mr. Andrews? Mr. Rennie?
Gilles Courteau,
Mr. Rennie, would you unmute, please? Mr. Rennie, would you unmute, please? Mr. Rennie, would you unmute, please?
Madam Chair, just for the benefit, the clerk is still swearing people in the room.
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll be
All right.
with the virtual witnesses momentarily as soon as we're finished the ones in the room.
All right, thank you.
Gilles Courteau.
I, Gilles Courteau, swear that I will tell the truth, all the truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Couture has been duly sworn in.
And include your name.
I, David Branch, do swear that the evidence I shall give on this examination shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I affirm that Mr. Branch has been duly sworn in.
Madam Chair, we've sworn in the witnesses here in the room. Can you please ask each of the three virtual witnesses to repeat the oath or the solemn affirmation?
Mr. Andrews, will you repeat the solemn oath or affirmation?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I, David Andrews, do swear that the evidence I shall give on this examination shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I affirm that Mr. Andrews has been duly sworn in. Mr. Rennie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have the text message with the statement.
While you're awaiting it, I shall go to Mr. Robinson.
I, Ron Robinson, do swear that the evidence I shall give on this examination shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I affirm that Mr. Robinson has been duly sworn in. Now, Mr. Rennie, have you received the text?
I have not, Madam Chair.
Okay, Madam Chair, we have sent it, Mr. Rennie, to your email, but it may not have arrived. I can administer it directly this way in part. Would you like to use the oath or the solemn affirmation?
I can use the oath, thank you.
Okay.
And I do not have an email or a text, thank you.
Okay, that's fine. We can take care of it this way. Please repeat after me. I, Tom Rennie, do swear.
I, Tom Rennie, do swear.
That the evidence I shall give on this examination.
That the evidence that I shall give on this examination.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Okay, Madam Chair, all witnesses have been sworn in.
I affirm that Mr. Rennie has been sworn in. So we shall begin, and as I suggested, starting with the Canadian with Mr. Glenn McCurdy as an individual. Mr. McCurdy, can you please begin for 5 minutes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, honorable members. I thank you for the opportunity to be present here this morning. Before I commence, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the committee for their kind and compassionate acceptance of my request relative to my initial invitation to the first meeting on June 20th, 2022. My father, retired OPP Constable Ian McCurdy, passed away in the early hours of June 13th, 2022. Your consideration allowed me to put my focus on my family, and I truly appreciate that. We're here to discuss the events of June 18th and 19th, 2018 in London, Ontario, specifically as it pertained to the Hockey Canada Foundation Gala, as well as the activities that took place thereafter. I left Hockey Canada in December of 2021. My departure had nothing to do with the serious allegations stemming from the Foundation Gala, nor from the management of that matter at Hockey Canada from June of 2018 to my departure in December of 2021. In short, there is no correlation between those events and the end of my employment. To assist the committee, I can provide a timeline of my activities at the pertinent times. I was in London for the gala in 2018. My partner at the time and wife now attended the gala dinner and award ceremony on Monday night. The following day, I attended the charity golf tournament. In my group were two of my BFL insurance brokers, a representative of Intact Insurance, and a celebrity NHL player. I have checked my phone records, which indicate that I received a call at 12:08 p.m. Eastern Time from Denise Patton, Senior Director of HR with Hockey
Madame
Canada.
la Présidente, la traduction ne se fait plus.
Madam Chair, we'll suspend for a minute to get the interpretation working again. Please stand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Eastern Time from Denise Patton, Senior Director of HR with Hockey Canada, and Scott Salmon, Vice President of Men's National Teams. They had received a call from the family or the stepfather of a woman who was making allegations against members of the national junior team and were looking to discuss next steps with me. They described the allegations to me in a brief manner. I had not dealt with this kind of real-time situation in my 30 years at Hockey Canada, nor have I dealt with one like it since that time. My first suggestion to them was that we offer whatever assistance we possibly could, including counseling, referral to a sexual assault center, and filing a police report. I then made a phone call to a person I have confidence in when dealing with difficult situations. That person recommended a law firm that I could contact for immediate advice. I was looking for legal advice because I wanted to make sure that Hockey Canada was responding responsibly and lawfully. One of those firms was Hennon Hutchison, in particular Danielle Robitaille. I obtained contact numbers for Danielle. Danielle returned my call at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I did not take notes of that initial call, as it is not in my office, but I do recall Danielle highly recommending we have the complainant attend London Police Service if possible, and if not, then I should report the matter, and I had no issue in doing so. Denise acted as a liaison at all times between Hockey Canada and the family of the complainant. She was the original point of contact, and we felt it best to maintain that comfort level with the complainant and her family. I was confident in Hennon Hutchison. I recognized the name and felt comfortable in using a firm we had not retained before, as they had no preconceived knowledge of Hockey Canada or its operations. They were starting from the ground level in that regard. I felt this fresh perspective would be helpful and credible. Tom and Scott were on a flight. I knew they were not available, but also knew this matter needed immediate attention, so I proceeded to work with Danielle to address the matter as best I could. I felt terribly for the complainant and her family, and tried to ensure our response was as compassionate and responsible as possible, while still protecting the integrity of the complainant and her family. I remember being picked up by my wife at the charity golf tournament and asking her to drive, as I had much work I needed to do on the way home. This occurred around 2:30 to 3 p.m. on June 19th. I had a call with Tom, Scott Smith, Scott Salmon, and Denise at 2:37 p.m. This was followed by a lengthy conference call at 4 p.m. Eastern, where we reviewed the advice we had received and decided on next steps. I was to report the matter to London Police. I did so at 6:44 p.m. Eastern Time. as per my phone records. My recollection is that I spoke with 2 female officers, first one, then transferred to another. Both were quite abrupt with me, and I did try to stress to them the need to report. Eventually, they did call the stepfather after I provided his name and number. I left her my name and phone number as well. At 8:14 p.m., as per my phone records, London Police Service phoned me back. I spoke to a Constable Fortier. Constable Fortier indicated the victim
30 seconds left, Mr. McCurdy.
Was unwilling to come forward despite their efforts to convince her. Constable Fortier provided me with the incident number and provided me with the name of the detective assigned to the complaint. The insurers I would normally report this to were with me at the time I received the calls about this issue. They knew what was going on only for that reason. I formally reported this matter in writing to our insurers the next day, Wednesday, June 20th, 2018, after I had reported the matter to London Police. In terms of the settlement of this matter, that took place after I was no longer at Hockey Canada. I was not involved in any of the discussions and was not involved in any manner with this file after my departure in December of 2021. I thank you for your time and look forward to assisting the committee in whatever manner I can.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCurdy. We now go to Canada Hockey League. Dan McKenzie, for 5 minutes, please,
Juste
Mr.
un instant,
McKenzie.
Madame la Présidente. L'interprète a signalé que le débit de la voix empêchait la fin de la traduction. J'ai quand même capté ce qui a été dit, mais j'invite l'ensemble des témoins.
I would invite all witnesses to respect.
So could we please suspend while we check that before we begin Mr. Dan McKenzie's testimony? Please.
L'interprétation se fait bien en français, je vous le confirme.
I'm talking about the interpretation in French.
I am hoping I will get English interpretation. Thank you very much. So once again, Mr. McKenzie, please begin. We have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dan McKenzie. I began my role as the president of the Canadian Hockey League in September of 2019, a little over a year after the June 2018 Hockey Canada Gala. The CHL is comprised of 3 leagues: the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League, the Ontario Hockey League, and the Western Hockey League. The commissioners of these 3 leagues are with me here today to assist the committee in any way we can to answer your questions, any that would relate to the 2018 Hockey Canada Gala or any other topics. The 3 constituent leagues in the CHL have a total of 60 privately or community-owned and operated teams and approximately 1,400 players. Of the 60 teams, 8 are located in the United States, while the remaining 52 are in communities from Cape Breton to Victoria. I wish we were here under different circumstances. As the father of 2 teenagers, I know the issues that we're going to speak about today are extremely important to parents across this country. We are concerned for the victims of the 2018 and recently reported 2003 World Junior teams, as the allegations are horrific. We feel strongly that this is a critical time in our sport. We will fully cooperate with police and other investigations and expect that any player responsible will be subject to criminal accountability. Each year, our leagues, along with our 60 owners, review our policies and educational programs designed for players, coaches, billet families, and team staff. For many years, our leagues have conducted training on consent and sexual misconduct and have worked with organizations including regional rape crisis centers, the Canadian Mental Health Association, Police Services, the Canadian Red Cross, and Respect in Sport to deliver those programs. Obviously, given the revelations of the past weeks, we ask ourselves, how can we do more to protect victims of sexual misconduct, the communities in which we play, and the reputation of hockey? Over the past 18 months, we've received 2 independent reports on how we can improve our respective policies, procedures, and training programs relating to off-ice conduct, and are committed to adopting a broad set of recommendations in time for this upcoming season. Having said that, we know we aren't going to eliminate the type of behavior alleged in these cases with just policy improvements. The experts have told us that a key element to improvement is a truly independent system of complaints and investigation on these issues to encourage players and other witnesses to come forward knowing they will be protected from reprisal. On July 15th, the CHL's member leagues unanimously endorsed the creation of an independent system of dealing with complaints for implementation this season. The CHL is part of a larger hockey ecosystem, and we stand willing to work with the recommendations of this committee, hockey organizations, and outside experts to make real change. Players, no matter their skill, must know that they cannot act with impunity. If they break the law, they will face criminal penalties and severe sanctioning from the CHL or its regional league. With respect to the World Junior Tournaments and the 2018 Hockey Canada Gala, I would like to note the following for the committee. The gala took place in June after the end of the CHL season, and all of the players on the World Junior team were subject to the jurisdiction and supervision of Hockey Canada during the World Junior Tournaments and the Hockey Canada Awards Gala. The team was made up of approximately 22 players, all of whom had signed professional contracts. The following season, 2 of those 22 players returned to the CHL after starting the season with their professional club. The CHL received the statement of claim in May of 2022, and like all Canadians, we were shocked by the allegations. The CHL was not involved in any settlement discussions with the plaintiff or her counsel. We signed the settlement only after it was negotiated and signed by the plaintiff and Hockey Canada. At the time of the settlement, we were seeking an opinion on whether the claim could be struck against the CHL, as we did not believe we were a proper party to be included in this legal action. In closing, we look forward to the report of this committee, and we are committed to working with you to ensure that hockey remains Canada's game. We want to take care not to damage the reputation of the millions of Canadians who play, coach, and volunteer in hockey arenas across this country, who are committed, enjoy their experience, and have nothing to warrant the feelings that many Canadians are currently expressing about those involved in these terrible incidents. We are open to the committee to ask any questions of myself or the 3 commissioners. Thank you.
30 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. McKenzie. And now, am I to understand that the Ontario Hockey League, the Quebec Hockey League, and the Western Hockey League are here in an advisory capacity to answer any pertinent questions, but they are not doing a witness presentation? Is that right?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So now I move on to Hockey Canada with Mr. Smith, Mr. Cairo, Mr. Andrews, and Mr. Rennie. And you have 5 minutes as Hockey Canada to present. You may decide who you want to do your presentation or how you want to make that presentation occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Scott Smith, the current President and CEO of Hockey Canada, and I'll speak on behalf of our organization. We welcome this opportunity to speak to the committee once again. Let me start today by reiterating Hockey Canada understands Canadians' trust in us has been eroded, and we are committed to take every action possible to earn it back. That includes apologizing for not doing enough to address the actions of some of the members of the 2018 World Junior team. I know you have questions about the leadership of Hockey Canada, about my leadership. You want answers, and you want to see real action taken to end the culture of silence that allows toxic behavior and sexism to fester in corners of our game. I do too. You have asked for transparency. You've asked for accountability. You've asked for Hockey Canada to change. I'm here to lead that change. I took on this role just over a month ago, just as you and Canadians challenged us to fix our house. I will not walk away from the demands you have rightly put before us. We can and must do better. We know we must make meaningful change to earn back your trust. We committed last month we would act, and we have taken the following steps. We've reopened the independent investigation into the alleged sexual assault in 2018. Any player who does not participate will be banned from all Hockey Canada activities and programs effective immediately. The investigation, once complete, will be referred to an independent panel of current and former judges to determine the appropriate consequences. We acknowledge the courage of the young woman involved and respect her decision to participate with the investigation in the manner she chooses. We're expanding mandatory training for high-performance players, but also coaches, team staff, and volunteer. We'll dramatically expand the number of players who are exposed to enhance education with respect to off-ice issues and to drive a speak-up culture. These players will carry that training back to their leagues, provincial programs, and minor hockey associations. We will ask an independent third-party expert panel to conduct a full governance review of Hockey Canada to ensure we have the right people and oversight in place to give Canadians confidence in us going forward. We'll have more to say on who will lead that in the coming days. We will become a full signatory of the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner, which came into effect last month. As well, we're creating a new independent and confidential mechanism to investigate complaints, even those historical in nature, to serve our membership. These and a range of other measures are included in a detailed action plan we released earlier this week. Culture change will not take place overnight, and it's not something Hockey Canada can do alone. But we believe the action plan is an important step forward. We know the work ahead of us will define the future of Hockey Canada. Before we take your questions, I will just reiterate the process we followed regarding the incident in London in 2018 was not perfect, but it was intended to ensure that Hockey Canada did not and could not interfere in the investigation. Hockey Canada notified police and engaged an expert firm to conduct an independent investigation that spanned more than 2 years. Reopening the investigation is a step towards addressing the disappointment you and so many feel about the outcomes we followed. We intend to let this investigation and that of the London Police proceed with whatever support from Hockey Canada that may be requested. But we have been rightly cautioned to be diligent in any public commentary in order to preserve the integrity of these investigations. That means we'll be somewhat limited in what we can say before the committee, but we heard you clearly last month. Above all, you want to see consequences for wrongdoing. So we
30 seconds.
We trust you will be diligent to preserve the integrity of the investigation. The same is true of the troubling information Hockey Canada received last Thursday evening related to the 03 World Junior Championships. We were not aware of the allegations until we received an email from Rick Westhead of TSN. But we notified Halifax Police that same evening and encourage anyone who has information that can help their investigation to do the same immediately. To close, Canadians have been clear. They expect those representing our national sport to do better. We recognize that many of the actions we are taking now should have been taken sooner and faster. We own it, and we will do better to deliver on our responsibilities to Canadians. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. And so now we're going to move into the question and answer portion of the meeting. And the first round is a 6-minute round. Now, the 6-minute includes both questions and answers. I'm going to ask you to be as crisp and concise as possible so that we get to have each questioner to have a few questions that they may want to ask. So I will begin, and I will give you, once again, a 30-minute notice when you have 30 minutes left in your question, etc. And so we begin with, for the Conservatives, Mr. John Nader. John?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Smith, how many settlements have been paid out from the National Equity Fund?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Mr. Cairo will be the person who will answer the questions specific to finance and insurance. So thank you, and I'll defer to him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Out of the National Equity Fund, 9 settlement payments have been made, totaling $7.6 million. 6.8 of that is Graham James related incidents. And uninsured settled claims are 12 in nature for a total of $1.3 million. One perpetrator has created 4 of those incidents and accounts for $1 million of those.
So the total dollar figure was $7.6 million paid out of that fund. Is that correct?
7.6, yes, dating back to 1989.
And that fund is generated by kids' registration fees, correct?
Among other things, we have insurance from investments as well.
Who paid, or from what fund was Heenan Hutchison paid?
From the equity fund.
And what was the total dollar figure of that?
$280,000.
Excuse me, just for clarity, I believe it was $287,000.
Thank you. Yesterday we heard that an interim report was provided to Hockey Canada in September of 2018. When was that report shared with the Board of Directors?
The Board of Directors in the fall of 2018 were briefed on the report and its recommendations, and the current Board of Directors has a copy of the report.
Were they briefed within a formal board meeting?
They were briefed in a formal board meeting, whether it was a scheduled board meeting or a specific conference call on that topic. I'm not certain.
Have the minutes of that board meeting been provided to this committee as required?
All of the briefings with respect to this file were held in camera. And
so what you're telling me is that no in-camera discussions have been recorded in the minutes and provided to this committee, despite this committee ordering the production of those papers?
In-camera meetings have no recording and no minutes.
So you're telling me Hockey Canada has no notes taken of in-camera meetings of this?
There are no minutes from in-camera meetings or sessions of in-camera within meetings.
Do you have any personal notes taken from those meetings?
I may have notes from the board meeting, yes.
Would you be willing to provide those to the committee?
If they would be beneficial to committee and not prejudice any of the ongoing investigations, certainly.
How many recommendations did Heenan Hutchison make?
I believe there were a total of 11.
How many of those have been implemented?
Work has been done on all of those, starting in 2018 and through and including our action plan.
Could you provide this committee with a copy of those recommendations?
I certainly can, and provide an update on the work that we've done.
Could you provide us with that by the conclusion of today's meeting? At least with the recommendations?
Yes, certainly the recommendations, the update notes, I'll provide as soon as possible.
When the decision was made to pay out a settlement in this case, when was the board informed of that settlement?
The current board was briefed, I believe, on May the 7th after a member forum. And then I believe on May the 14th, we had an additional board meeting just in advance of the long weekend where we discussed our approach with respect to settlement, and the board endorsed up to the maximum settlement number.
Who made the recommendation to Hockey Canada to pay a settlement?
Excuse me?
Where did the recommendation come from to make a settlement offer?
The settlement discussions took place between our counsel, Mr. Winton, who's to my right, as well as the Young Women's Counsel, Mr. Talek.
So Mr. Winton advised Hockey Canada to offer a settlement?
It was part of our discussions, and we took his advice, and we also were aware of the interest of the young woman as represented by her counsel.
Who made the decision then to make the settlement? Who made the final decision? Was it yourself or was it Mr. Rennie?
I think it's best to say that Hockey Canada made the decision. Management reviewed it with our board, and then we presented the settlement offer, and it was agreed to.
So Hockey Canada made the offer, not the board?
Hockey Canada is both management and the board.
But did the board approve the settlement before it was offered?
The board approved the maximum amount of the settlement, and the settlement offer was made and accepted.
Last night, there was a statement from Sheldon Kennedy, who for 20-plus years has been advocating on behalf of victims. He said, "The same people with the new plan expecting different results is the definition of insanity. I call for the resignation of Hockey Canada CEO Scott Smith, his leadership team, and the board of directors to resign and step down from their positions immediately. Enough is enough already." Frankly, Mr. Smith, we agree.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We agree. For the good of hockey, for the good of the countless volunteers across this country, the good work that countless blameless people are doing in the sport of hockey, I strongly believe there needs to be new leadership within Hockey Canada. Will you do that? Will you step down for new leadership to take over?
I believe
10 seconds.
I believe I said in my opening statement that I'm prepared to take on this responsibility for change within our game. I believe I've got the experience to do it. Should our board or the governance review that we've outlined in our action plan suggest that I'm not the person, then I'm prepared to take on, prepared to accept that.
Thank you. That time is up, and I now go to Chris Biddle for the Liberals. Mr. Biddle,
thank you
for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm not sure who this question is better addressed to, whether it's Mr. Smith or Mr. McCurdy. Bob Martin, I understand, works security for the London Knights and is a retired London police officer. Was he ever retained by Hockey Canada to investigate anything involved in this incident?
Bob Martin has been a security liaison with a number of our teams, Olympics, World Juniors, He was not involved or authorized in any manner to be involved in any of this investigation.
Okay. I'm going to turn to Mr. Branch. I know, I guess I'm not quite sure the direct relationship between yourself and the individual teams. Do you have any knowledge of whether Mr. Bob Martin was conducting an investigation on behalf of the London Knights and or its players involved in this incident?
I have no knowledge.
Would you undertake to look into that allegation with the London Knights and report back to the committee whether the London Knights retained Bob Martin to investigate this action or this incident?
I will.
Thank you so much. I'd like to go back to what Mr. Nader was discussing. That we have an acknowledgement by the individuals here that there has been a cultural failure. But the individuals before us here have been there for decades, going back to Sheldon Kennedy, and when those allegations came forward. And Mr. Smith, you've been at Hockey Canada for 30 years. Why is it now in this moment that you think Canadians should trust you in Hockey Canada and senior management when you've been through these processes for decades? What's changed now?
First and foremost, I want to be really clear. I've had a long-standing personal and business relationship with Sheldon Kennedy. I respect him as all of you do. It was difficult to read his comments yesterday, but I still hold Sheldon in high regard. As I've said, I do believe that I've got the experience to take Hockey Canada and our game to a new place. I do believe that I have the support of our staff. I do believe that I have the support of our board and our membership. And I want to be held accountable to take Hockey Canada to a better place. As I said, if the governance review or our board decides that someone else should do that, I'm prepared to accept that. But I want to be held accountable to deliver on this action plan.
The action plan, was it a document prepared by Hockey Canada, or did you hire an outside organization to assist you with preparation of that plan?
The content of the document was developed by a group of staff within Hockey Canada that ranged from individuals who were responsible for safe sport, legal from a governance perspective, our lead on business development, our lead on strategy, our lead on people, culture, and inclusion, our head of finance, and myself. And we did look for services and support elsewhere. As an example, the Sexual Assault Center of Waterloo, who does work with the Ontario Hockey League, has been delivering training this month with our high-performance programs in Calgary.
To the Canadian Hockey League, I know you, and legally so, you're not responsible for this, what happened at the Hockey Canada Gala, but in terms of the culture at within the Canadian Hockey League, do you not see that there is a serious cultural problem that would lead inevitably to instances like what happened in London?
Well, I mean, our experience with, I'd say, with culture has been that it's very much dependent on individual team scenarios. So, what's the coaching situation? What's the leadership team? What training have they been through? Et cetera, et cetera. It's very. We found it's very specific to the team. And I think as it relates to the kind of conduct that this committee hearing is about in terms of sexual misconduct, each of the leagues has tried, understanding the team dynamics, each of the leagues has really tried to put in place programs that sort of deal with it at the team level. And so if it's okay, Madam Chair, would it be okay to help to answer the question to maybe pass this on to
Certainly.
some of the league commissioners to give some
Certainly.
examples of the kinds of things they've done?
Certainly.
So with that, why don't I turn... Sorry?
We have 1 minute left, so let everybody be swift in answering those questions, please.
So maybe what I'll do, if it's okay, is I'll turn it over to Mr. Branch, who because as Mr. Smith mentioned, they have a program they work on with the Regional Rape Crisis Center.
Mr. Branch, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try and be swift. As stated, In 2015, we developed a program with the Ontario Coalition of Rape Crisis Centers. And it's a program that is designed to teach players about their responsibility on how to respect and treat women and you know, really work in that whole genre. We're currently working to expand that program, and that was before this committee hearing was called. We recognized the importance of our players understanding the role that they should play, must play.
Okay. I don't think I have much time left, Madam Chair. So, thank you so much.
Madam Chair, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lemire, for the Bloc Québécois, 6 minutes, please.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Smith, you mentioned in your opening remarks that confidence has been eroded and that you're ready to take the necessary action, including apologies. I feel that you're sincere. On the other hand, I have to ask you the question, what are you apologizing for exactly?
I think I recognized, and we've recognized in our open letter to Canadians, that in 2018 we should have done more and could have done more and could have done things quicker. And so I apologize for that. We've reopened the investigation. We take the allegations we did in 2018. We continue to take the allegations very seriously, as I know you do. And we are looking and looking for a meaningful conclusion. As Ms. Robitaille said yesterday to you and the members of this committee, she's looking to confirm the truth, and that's her mandate. And we're hopeful that we can do that and share the findings of her work with that three-person adjudication panel and take the appropriate actions.
J'ai l'impression.
It seems to me that what you've done so far has been good, but I also feel, and I'm assuming my role as parliamentarian, we need to shed light on what happened in June 2018 and in all other cases. If the public is not outraged, and if the media hadn't played the role it played, would people be doing anything in Hockey Canada? What are you going to do to change this public impression?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to say that after Mr. McCurdy's retirement in December of last year, Glenn was an excellent long-term employee with Hockey Canada that held significant responsibilities. We launched a safe sport department. We hired a lead there. We've looked to expand that safe sport department. And so, yes, there's been lots of work that's been done in the last 6 weeks, but our interest in providing a safe environment and having a safe sport department that could ensure that we can deliver on that for our membership and for Canadians happened well before the media attention and the attention at this committee.
Vous avez mentionné que vous vouliez.
You said that you also wanted to send a message to the victims. What is the message you want to send to them?
First and foremost, we take any of these situations very seriously. They're very troubling for me as a hockey parent. They're very troubling for you and for Canadians. So we said in our open letter, we want to hear from victims. If they're victims from events at the national level, that will be part of the Office of the Sports Integrity Commissioner. And we have a new system that we will have in place for anything below the national level, where it will be independent and have a third party, investigate, review, and we will be able to report on all of those issues. At the end of the day, our 100% goal is to eliminate individuals being victimized in the sport of hockey And if we can use that to send a message to broader sport or to Canadians, then that's great. But our efforts is to eliminate any inappropriate activity in the game.
Vous étiez au courant.
You're aware of the sexual assault allegations in the past, and you referred to your children. Would you allow your daughter to take part in Hockey Canada events, knowing what's happened?
For clarity, we have one child, and he's 18. So I don't have a daughter, but I do have a wife, and I have a sister. And so I do believe that, the current situation we're in, like you, we feel is very troubling. Canadians are questioning. I think we're putting in place even further measures to make sure that we're delivering a safe environment. I heard from our national women's team players this week. I certainly welcome the opportunity to work with them. They have a strong voice. They're a voice that we and others will listen to. And I do think that there certainly is an opportunity to put young girls in the game and deliver in a safe environment. If for some reason there are incidents with young girls or young boys, we want to make sure that we take every measure to address those and ensure the safety. We're also going to enhance our efforts further enhance our efforts, because we do have strong education initiatives, further enhance our education initiatives, for example, like what Mr. Branch said just earlier.
J'aimerais en terminant
In ending, I'd like to say that there's something truly revolting here. It seems that money can buy anything at Hockey Canada. There are people who are above the law, and that this culture has lasted for years. I read the message sent by Sheldon Kennedy, and I'd like to add my voice to the voices of those who say that despite your seeming sincerity, it seems that you're really not able to bring about the necessary changes in the structure of Hockey Canada. Thank you.
Yeah, I now go to Mr. Julian for the NDP. 6 minutes, Peter.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
When you came forward in June, and I believe you stonewalled committee, refused to answer very valid questions that were asked to you, and Hockey Canada refused to answer those questions as well. What we have seen is a complete erosion in the public trust. Very important people in the hockey world, like Sheldon Kennedy, Women's Olympics hockey team. Numerous sponsors have withdrawn from Hockey Canada. The Canadian public has lost confidence in Hockey Canada. There is no doubt. And so I find this hearing today is really the last opportunity for Hockey Canada to try to establish some credibility. In your initial comments, Mr. Smith, you said that there's no one in Hockey Canada that was aware of the horrific allegations of 2003. Is that the position of Hockey Canada, that the allegations in 2003, no one in the organization was aware of them?
I became of the details of the allegation, or Hockey Canada did as well, on Thursday of, whatever the Thursday was last week. We were not aware before.
So it is the position of Hockey Canada that you're not aware of any further allegations of any impropriety, sexual violence, sexual abuse?
Are you speaking related to the 2003
I'm
incident?
speaking related to 2003 or any other incidences.
So Mr. Cairo can walk you through our historical, the historical questions with respect to sexual abuse incidents or claims. But to be very clear, we became aware of the details of the 2003 incident on that Thursday evening. About 2 weeks before that, someone had reached out, a former staff member had reached out to current staff, said that they had heard a rumor that something bad had happened. We immediately hired an independent investigator, but we were not aware of the details. And when we did receive the email from Mr. Westhead, We obviously take those very, very seriously, and we immediately reported it to the Halifax Police Service, and we've encouraged anyone who has any of those details to come forward to assist in the investigation.
But you understand why Hockey Canada doesn't have credibility on these issues when they're not being proactive on something like this. If a staff member was aware of these horrific allegations, Hockey Canada should have taken action years ago. I will now go to Mr. Cairo to ask about the National Equity Fund.
Just before you do, I really want to confirm that the Hockey Canada staff was made aware on the Thursday evening when we received Mr. Westhead's email of the details of those allegations against members of the 2003 World Junior Team.
But you said that there was a rumor that was circulating prior to that.
There was a rumor which we immediately reported to Sport Canada, but we also hired an independent investigator. And I believe it was 2 weeks and a day later where we received the details of the allegations via the email from Rick Westhead. We were not aware of any of those details prior to receipt of the email.
You, in your testimony a month ago, said that you were not going to speak about two ongoing investigations. In fact, your quote is, I wasn't prepared to speak to the specifics of those investigations today. Are you prepared to speak to them today?
I am, and I apologize to you and the members of the committee for not having that when we spoke on June the 20th. So with the the 2003 incident, there has now been 4 reports to Sport Canada, 2018, 2003, and then there were 2 additional reports that are not sexual assault or sexual misconduct. They relate to a family within one of our members who has suggested that their family has received abusive behavior because their son and daughter have been prevented from registering in the youth hockey system. They have been prevented from registering within the youth hockey system because of the conduct of the father in arenas. So that has been reported, and I believe one report was in 2018 and the second report was in 2021.
Thank you. Mr. Cairo, you mentioned that there have been 9 payments made out of the National Equity Fund. How many victims have received funds from the National Equity Fund?
Related to sexual abuse, 9.
And not related to sexual abuse?
There would have been 20 in total, including those 9.
Thank you. I want to say, because I only have a minute left in my initial round, my concerns with Hockey Canada, I think, are shared by the Canadian public, shared by my colleagues. We simply have not seen Hockey Canada be responsive at all to issues of sexual violence and sexual abuse. And we are seeing this pattern repeated when we think back to the days of Sheldon Kennedy and the requirement to put into place independent sexual anti-harassment officers. Hockey Canada is now doing the follow-up now that it should have done then. We look at anti-racism, and I'll have more to talk about that later in this hearing. The anti-racism components that were committed to 2 years ago have still not been put into place. I feel like many members of the Canadian public that I have lost confidence in Hockey Canada. We have lost confidence in Hockey Canada, and I think it is time for new leadership. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Julian. And now we go to the second round. And the second round is a 5-minute round for questions and answers. And I begin with the Conservative member who will be speaking to this.
Oui. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to share my time with my colleague. Mr. Smith, I have a question for you. Would you allow a player to play for Team Canada if you had any suspicions that he might be involved in a matter of sexual assault?
Well, I think a couple of things that I'd like to clarify. Since our last meeting, I mentioned in our opening statement that anyone who refuses to be part of an investigation would be banned from any and all Hockey Canada activities, including even in their later years from coaching or other volunteer roles. So if there was suspicion, we would have that subject to an investigation. If an individual chose not to participate in that investigation and it couldn't come to a rightful conclusion, then they would not be permitted for playing for Team Canada. If they went through an investigation, it would determine whether that was suspicion or fact.
Ouais, mais vous avez pas...
But you haven't really answered my question. If you had suspicions about a player who might have been involved in a matter of sexual assault, would you allow that player to play for the junior Team Canada?
Sorry. If Hockey Canada had suspicions, we would turn that over to an independent investigation. If someone chose not to participate in that investigation, they would be banned. And then that investigation would determine whether or not that's a suspicion or there's a fact. So if it was a fact, they would be prevented. If it was cleared, they would be allowed to play.
C'est parce que je trouvais ça drôle que...
I found it strange that there were players on the junior Team Canada who played for Canada in the World Cup last May. I was wondering about that. That's why I asked you first. Federal funding is now frozen. Your statements last June in committee, following these statements, it seems that you really need to remake your image. What would lead us to believe that you're the man for this situation, the man to really do what's necessary for Hockey Canada?
Well, first and foremost, I'm a hockey parent. I'm an individual who cares greatly about this game. I've dedicated, other than I believe 10 months of my working career, to working within our Hockey Canada system, not all at Hockey Canada. So I care deeply about delivering a better environment. I take this situation where victims have experienced harm in our game very, very seriously. I can't express that in any deeper form. So I care about this. I care about making the game better for more Canadians, and I also care about being part of an overall sports system that wants to be better. And so I would like the opportunity to show Canadians, not tell Canadians what we're going to do, but I'd like the opportunity to show Canadians what we have done. I'd like a period of time to be able to do that, and I'm more than prepared to be held accountable to that. And if our board of directors, or as I said earlier, the governance review by a third party, suggests that I'm not the right person to do it, my background's not right, my experience not right, my care and concern for young boys and girls is not right, then I'm prepared to accept that.
Écoutez, je trouve...
Well, it seems to me that there have been several situations like this during your years with Hockey Canada. But no, I'm going to hand over to my colleague.
Merci, c'est tout pour moi.
That's all for the moment.
Yeah, we've only got 30 seconds left, Chair. I'll take the third round.
15 seconds now.
No, we're done.
Good. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Now we go to Mr. Housefather for the Liberals for 5 minutes. Anthony?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Mr. Smith, your last appearance here, particularly as related to the settlement agreement, raised a lot of questions. When did the Board of Directors authorize an individual from Hockey Canada to sign the settlement agreement? What was the date that the board authorized it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarity, the Board of Directors authorized the maximum amount of the settlement, and the settlement was negotiated between Mr. Winton, who's to my right, and the lawyer for the young woman, Mr. Talek.
So in my experience as a general counsel of a multinational, you would normally have board minutes that would state someone being authorized on behalf of Hockey Canada to sign the settlement agreement and the board authorizing the settlement agreement. You've now stated that the board authorized the maximum amount. Where is that minuted in a board of directors meeting?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I stated earlier, in-camera sessions within the board for the board of directors are not minuted.
So basically, according to Hockey Canada's practices, you could never prove in the future whether the board did or did not do what you said. I can only say you need better legal advice and you need better lawyers if that is your practice, sir. Coming back to the settlement agreement, you settled on behalf of the John Doe players. The John Doe players, a number of them have come forward to say you never contacted them to even tell them about the claim. Can I understand how you contacted the John Doe players?
We advised all players after we settled with the young woman. We made the decision to settle on behalf of Hockey Canada and the other named defendants, and we did so in the best interest of the young woman in protecting her privacy and also her benefit going forward.
What legal right did you have, sir, to settle a claim on behalf of people's unknown or people that you did know that you did not consult with? If I am sued, I have a right to be involved in the question of whether or not there's a settlement paid and whether or not somebody settles on my behalf. Did you obtain written consent from the other defendants to settle on their behalf?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I advised the process that we undertook to settle.
So you basically, you didn't contact people even though you had their emails and you had their legal counsel's representation. You chose to settle without consulting with them. You then settled on their behalf. Okay, you had a claim and you settled it within 3 weeks or 4 weeks of the date you received the claim. That is highly unusual. So let me understand. You, at the last committee hearing, you and Mr. Rennie professed that you did not even know which 8 individuals were involved. You said that there were some statements in the claim made by the plaintiff that were false and others that you couldn't validate because she was never interviewed by Heenan Hutchinson and never interviewed by your counsel, and she made no statement to the police. Why did you not use the lawsuit as an occasion to depose the plaintiff to see if her claims were credible?
I believe this is, thank you, Madam Chair. This is consistent with my statement on June 20th. We made the decision to settle in the best interest of the young woman and to respect her privacy. And we did not want to subject her to further discussion or debate that we have now seen through the media in the last 10 to 12 days. We made that decision at the time to help her on a go-forward basis, and we stand by the decision to settle with her.
Okay, so basically you settled the claim. You didn't know whether you had legal risk or any risk. You didn't know who was involved. And so would you do that if somebody else sues you tomorrow?
Sorry, there was a phone ringing. I missed that question.
So I said, we've established you quickly settled the claim on behalf of numerous people, and you didn't know whether you had legal risk or exposure or not. Would you do that if someone else sued you tomorrow?
I don't know if it would be fair for me to, surmise what we would do if something happened tomorrow. I do know that we immediately entered into discussions between our representative and the young woman's counsel. As I said, we did so in her best interest and really wanted to ensure that we were looking after her on a go-forward basis.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think the time is up. So we're going to go now to Mr. Lemire for 2.5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Smith, what you were here at committee on June 20th. It seems to me that your study is linked to the fact that we have you here again today. Since June, certain things had to happen for you to be here again today. What do you think of this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When you said our study, are you referring to our action plan?
Le passage au comité.
I'm talking about when you were in committee before, because your attitude in June was very different. I didn't think you took the meeting seriously. You hadn't assumed your responsibilities. If you'd had the same attitude in June as you have today, things could be different. Why did you have that attitude in June?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, I don't believe I had a different attitude in June. In June and in May and in 2018, I, as well as everyone else, took these allegations and the situation very, very seriously and considered as troubling. In June, it was the first time I've ever appeared before this committee. So if for some reason I left people with an opinion other than what I intended, I apologize for that. But my attitude, I can tell you without any question, my attitude in June was out of the utmost respect for this committee, but also in the interest of the young woman, and it continues to be maintained today. And finally, my attitude is also focused going forward on delivering on an action plan to ensure that these events never happen again.
Vous avez mentionné que vous...
You mentioned that you wanted to maintain your position. Now, are members of your board still have trust in you? Now, they knew about certain actions and they didn't act. I think this is a problem perhaps with the board. I think maybe the idea of having more women, more diversity, people from different cultures, more francophones. I think that if there were more of these, I think that this could really help with the reforms that are necessary.
Thank you. I would ask Mr. Nader to take the chair for 10 minutes. I have an emergency that I must attend to right now. Thank you, John, for being generous with your time. The next person up is going to be Peter Julian for 2.5 minutes. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Président. Monsieur Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, you say that we can have trust in Hockey Canada. But that's something that has to be deserved. The women's team, Sheldon Kennedy, said very clearly that they don't have trust in Hockey Canada. We've seen your action plan, which was submitted only a few days ago. And there are some things that should have been in place for years. And here, when we look at it, we look at the past of Hockey Canada when it has to do with incidents of harassment and of leniency. Well, only 2 years ago, Hockey Canada said in 2020 that it was going to get together a database to track all incidents of harassment. Is this system, has this system been implemented?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In June, late June of 2021, our members, based on work from within our membership and our board, approved a new Rule 11, which was intended to address all forms of maltreatment on the ice. That rule was approved in June at a special meeting to ensure that it was available for use and in our rule book for the start of the 21-22 hockey season. In addition to that, we built a tracking system to track all of those incidents with each of our 13 members, and we have committed to provide that or include that the results of that tracking in our annual report, which is presented and also made available to the public at our November annual general meeting.
Vous voulez dire que le système est mis en place?
Are you saying that the system is in place and you now have the data?
We reported the data to our members at our year-end meeting at the end of May, 1st of June in Moncton, New Brunswick.
Et vous allez rendre ça public maintenant?
And will you now make this a public? All these are questions of transparency.
Committed to include that in our annual report that we present at our November meeting.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Waugh for 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, June 20th, I called you out and saying it's a cover-up and you own it, and at least today you admitted you've started to own it. Hockey Canada has a problem. I've been a broadcaster before I was an MP, as you know, for over 40 years. I covered the Western Hockey League extensively. I am very happy you're doing a full governance review. I've had dozens of calls from agents, from players, citing Bob Nicholson, Tom Renney, and yourself. It is top down in Hockey Canada. You are the biggest sport organization this country has. Part of the problem I'm hearing is the board is not connected with the CEOs. Bob Nicholson told the board, I'm doing this, follow me. Tom Renney only had a few years the same. Now you're in the chair. I hope the governance review would follow other national sport organizations in this country, giving the board of directors the power over the CEOs. Bob Nicholson, Tom Renney, and you are too powerful. The boards of hockey need to take this over. Canadians coast to coast know this. Players, agents, coaches, general managers, the Canadian Hockey League knows this. They keep things from Hockey Canada. I'm going to get into this with David Branch, Gilles Courteau, and Ron Robison later. Hockey Canada needs to change at the board level, Mr. Scott Smith. This is where it has to start. The board has to control Hockey Canada. What Bob Nicholson, Tom Renney, and now you is not working. Canadians have told you this. They've lost trust. The only trust that you are going to get back from mom and dads and players is that the board direct you as the CEO. Can we get that assurance from you? I know you've just took over for the last month, but we saw it with Nicholson, Renney. We don't want to see the same leadership from you. Canadians have asked that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to clarify that I certainly take ownership for some things that we could have done better through the process. I did not take ownership of a cover-up, so I want to be clear on that.
I called you out on that, thank you.
I serve at the pleasure of the board, and I report to the board of directors. I am 100% accountable to them. I think if you spoke to our board, that they would tell you that I, as well as our senior management staff, provide to them good counsel on the day-to-day operations. But as the governors of our organization, they have the ability to set the direction from their level. So I serve at the pleasure of the board of directors. And I went through an extensive process in negotiating my agreement with the personnel committee, but the full board is aware of that, and I serve at their pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm hearing for 2018 board members, they weren't consulted, just the chair. The chair kept it between, at that time, Tom Renney and the chair of Hockey Canada. It does not come down to the board members, and that's wrong. The governance is wrong. And as the most powerful sport organization in this country, it must change. It must change.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, as I said, the current board of directors, all of them have a copy of the report. The board of directors...
But the problem is they were not consulted. In fact, Mr. McCurdy said it. while you're flying back to Calgary, he should have been phoning the board. We need an emergency meeting on June 19th. That didn't happen. Instead, you're flying back to Calgary when Mr. McCurdy should have called an emergency, or had you or Mr. Rennie called an emergency meeting with the Board of Governors, with the Hockey Canada, and that's not happened.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think if you look at our action plan, and our Board of Directors have had input and endorsed the action plan, we're looking at a full governance review.
I get that.
If there are improvements and better ways for our organization, then we're certainly prepared to accept that.
Let me ask one last question, Mr. Smith. Do you not think the board should have been involved on June 19th when the phone call went to Mr. Glenn McCurdy? Do you not think the head of Hockey Canada Board of Governors, along with the rest of the Board of Governors, should have been involved immediately on June 19th when that phone call went to Mr. McCurdy? Instead, they were left out of the dark for probably weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My recollection is that the chair of the board was advised on June 19th, and that within a week we did have an update call with the Board of Directors where they were briefed.
Do you not think it should have happened June 19th or June 20th instead of a week later?
Thank you, Kevin. If you can answer that in a couple seconds, go ahead.
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Okay. Next up is Ms. Hepfner for the Liberals for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm probably Mr. Smith is best to answer this question, but I'm wondering, a couple of people have remarked at the homogeny of the group at the end of this table. Do you think it would help Hockey Canada to have some women in leadership positions within the organization?
I definitely do. Our current Board of Directors has 2 women. Our senior leadership team, there are 5 women and 7 men. We have strong voices, female voices within our system, whether that be on standing committees, leadership of standing committees, task teams. We have a female hockey policy committee, and especially our national women's team. So I definitely think and would welcome that, and I do think that we do have strong voices that help us and will continue to help us on a go-forward basis.
And can you talk about the discrepancy in funding between women's hockey and men's hockey?
I think we can give you an overview of what we spend with respect to our high performance programs, and I would respectfully ask Mr. Cairo to provide an update on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to spending on women's program in the last 4 years, so including this year, we have spent a total of $20.3 million compared to the men's program of 17.8. So we have spent more on the women's program over the last 4 years. On the para program, we have spent 4.2.
Okay. I'm wondering if you've heard from hockey moms and dads who are concerned about this National Equity Fund and the fact that part of their or maybe you can clarify that part of their registration fees would have gone to this fund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In a moment, I'll ask Mr. Cairo to go through that. But I would like to say that, I think, and you will probably hear this from Mr. Lorenzetti later this afternoon, that insurance doesn't cover everything. We're in a situation where we want to make sure that we provide and support families. And in some cases, we've made payments out of the equity fund for injuries that may not be covered to the extent they need to be from an insurance point of view. I also would like to clarify that there is a difference between registration fees and insurance fees, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Cairo.
I think Scott's covered most of it. When the fund was set up in 1995, we purchased commercial liability insurance. Unfortunately, when we purchased it at that point, not all of our risk would be covered. I'm not aware of any company that can totally de-risk any of its, risky items. In 1998, largely stemming from the Grand James incidents, we added a sexual abuse component to our liability insurance. And this has been it's been in coverage in place for the last 25 years, so that's a real testament for the reputation of Hockey Canada. When setting up this fund, it was recognized that there's just some unforeseen circumstances where claims are not insured. And you can think of Graham James. The insurance companies were not going to insure us for those type of instances. And I've already explained that, out of the claims that we paid out of this fund, $7.6 million, 6.8 of them have been Graham James related. So yes, I can understand that the parents aren't happy. I wouldn't be happy as well. But that's the reality of the situation in terms of some risks are not, you can't insure them.
I understand, thank you. I understand that 9 times the fund was used for sexual assault claims, or am I mistaken on that? And I'm wondering if you agree that by having a fund that allows potential perpetrators to escape any accountability, it perpetuates the problem. It's saying from the top that this is okay, and if you're accused of sexual assault, we'll get you out of it. Do you understand, or do you agree?
I'm not sure what you mean by letting them out, because Graham James was persecuted to the end. I don't know if he's even still in jail, but he did, there was a criminal matter. This money is used to support the victims of those individuals, not the perpetrator. And so we feel very strongly that we need to support those victims.
Did you try to use your insurance policy for this 2018 incident in London?
We did not.
Why is that?
We felt that we needed to, first of all, we needed to, the right thing to do was to deal with the woman, the young woman, and secondly was right for the organization. We didn't know all the details of the night, but we did believe harm was caused. We had 2 options. One was basically work with the young lady to arrive at a resolution that met her needs and didn't re-victimize her, or force her to litigate, which likely would reveal her identity and would essentially condone this behavior to Canadians. We didn't believe we would get a definitive coverage answer from our insurance. We are already having debates about insurance of the sexual abuse nature that are committed by players, and so we didn't feel we would have an answer, a coverage answer back for months, if not years.
Thank you, Ms. Hefner. I did allow extra time for that answer to be answered. Next up, we do have another round for the Conservatives, and it's a 5-minute round. I would call on Ms. Vecchio.
Thanks very much. And I'm going to just start off with Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, yesterday we heard from council that during the investigation, they ceased the investigation when the assailant, when the person who was the complainant wouldn't come forward. Scott, did you have anything to do with ceasing that investigation at that time? Any consultation with the councillor at that time with why this was being ceased?
No, I did not.
Okay. I guess one of my main concerns, and I think if we sit down and really talk about this, we know something happened.
If I could, sorry.
Oh, please go ahead.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
You said, did I have anything to do with that decision? I was made aware of that decision, but I did not direct that decision. So, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I wanted to clarify that. I apologize for interrupting.
No, Mr. Smith, I really appreciate that, because that's where I want to lead to this thing. We knew that there was a problem 4 years ago. And I guess for me, the investigation ceased because the woman wouldn't come forward. But I guess I'm asking you, Mr. Smith, if we know that there are approximately 8 perpetrators on a hockey team, 8 people that are now, it looks to me, signed with the NHL or signed with professional hockey. We weren't doing anything. It was just being swept under the rug. I'm just wondering why Hockey Canada decided not to continue with the investigation to ensure, forget about the girl, this young woman, forget about that. What I'm looking at is what these young men did in the first place. I'm just wondering why Hockey Canada decided that to cease this and not to continue asking questions and holding these young gentlemen to account.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe that we've swept it under the rug. From the outset, we wanted to make sure that Heenan Hutchison was retained to conduct a thoroughly...
Mr. Smith, I'm just going to interrupt, though. I'm just wondering, if we're trying to change the culture, why are we not continuing to look at these perpetrators in 2000? Why did we cease looking at these perpetrators? If we're trying to change the culture of it, why after the payout did we just cease everything? Not until it came public. Why did we not do anything? Why did you not continue to investigate if you really wanted to change the culture of hockey?
Well, I believe when, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe on June the 20th, I stated openly that I would welcome the opportunity for the young woman to come forward and provide a statement. We've reopened the investigation, and we've given additional tools with respect to any refusal to participate in the investigation, and we do believe that that will allow Ms. Robitaille to take her investigation to the rightful conclusion, and we look forward to taking that forward to the adjudicative panel.
And Mr. Smith, I applaud you for finally doing that. But unfortunately, I have to say, finally, that should have been done 4 years ago. And I think you know in your heart that should have been done 4 years ago. I want to switch over to the CHL and speak to from the CHL. Hockey Canada advised you immediately following the 2018 allegations that this had occurred. What did you do as an organization to see what was happening amongst your own teams to ensure that the players that would have participated in this were being looked at, or did CHL, because this was a Hockey Canada sanctioned thing, had no role in this? Can you just advise, please?
So I'm going to defer that question to Mr. Branch, who was the president of the Canadian Hockey League at the time.
Awesome.
Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I think in part you answered our position at that time. Hockey Canada advised us, I want to say June 19th, of the serious allegations. Days later, we were advised of the action steps that they were taking to investigate, to attempt to contact the family and support the young woman, the police investigation, one thing and another. And clearly, and what we recognized from the get-go is that event, the national team programs, fall under their jurisdiction.
Okay, fair enough. Just with the CHL, can you share with me, I know that there's many sexual assault centers in the City of London. The London Abuse Women's Centre works with the London Knights, or ANOVA does as well. I'm just reaching out to you. Can you share with me what is the programs that you have available so that we can actually talk about this toxic culture and the sexism that does occur, the frat house mentality that occurs when situations like this are occurring? What do you have in place to ensure that there's proper education and that these young men, it's just not 30 minutes once a month, that they're actually living this as well?
Well, as touched on earlier, in 2015 we developed a program with the Ontario Coalition of Rape Crisis Centers to deal with that. We have Respect in Sport program through Sheldon Kennedy, which deals with such matters. I think it's we have harassment and abuse programs. It's a constant education, and we've developed a new app for our players to be able to anonymously report any issues or concerns relative to the question you just raised, along with others. And we just continue to challenge how we can best serve the needs of the players and help educate them because they are young people, as we all know.
And we will have to leave it there. Thank you, Ms. Vecchio.
Go ahead.
And I do see Madam Chair has resumed, so I will turn the gavel back over to Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. And now I think we're moving on to this five-minute round to Tim Lewis for the Liberals. Tim, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know what? I might pick up with Mr. Smith with where the previous questions were going. You talked about training starting in around 2015, including the Sexual Assault Support Center here in Waterloo Region. And you're saying this training is ongoing. You're referring to it as constant education. I want to see, do you think that the steps were taken regarding this 2018 incident in London, the perception was that from Canadians is that this incident has been swept under the rug? Do you think that this training would be in line with where you're at? Where is the breakdown in the policies? If these trainings were working, how did we get to that point?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there are questions specific to the training, I think the training that was referenced earlier was the CHL. Do I understand your comment?
Yes, I do, and I don't mind. I don't mind if they would weigh in. It would be wonderful.
Sure. I think what I may do, so this type of training happens at the regional league level. So I know Mr. Branch just described their program, in the Ontario Hockey League. What I maybe will do at this point is turn it over to Mr. Robison to discuss what they do in the Western Hockey League in this area, and then after that, we'll turn it over to Mr. Courteau to talk about the Quebec Major Junior League. That's okay.
Well, just in the interest of time, from a blanket, from a CHL, do you think that training is working? Because we see incident after incident, and it doesn't seem to be effective. Canadians don't want to see that a box is being ticked off and saying this is what we're doing. Do you see a reduction in incidents since this training has started?
So, I can talk to kind of our approach. As I said before, I mean, a lot of it, we think the key spot for the training programs is at the team level, through the leagues at the team level, and with the staff, team leadership, et cetera, et cetera. We, as I indicated in my opening comments, we've in this area, you can never do too much. You can always do better, and we know that, and so that's what we're striving to do. We've had 2 independent reports conducted that has given us a bit of a roadmap in this area. It wasn't so much around sexual misconduct; it was more about general off-ice misconduct. And so,
and what happens to those reports? Would you be willing to share those with us? Would you be willing to share them in public to find out what can be done better?
They're both on our website.
Okay.
So absolutely, they're on our website, and I'd be happy to provide the link to the committee.
Great.
Yeah.
Just in the interest of time, I need to keep moving on, but maybe back to Hockey Canada. You settled on behalf of these players this settlement, some of which were not contacted beforehand. I believe you advised all players after the settlement. And today you've answered why you settled, and we're going to accept that answer. But I don't feel like you've answered why you didn't settle through insurance, why you settled through the National Equity Fund. That's parents' fees that are going into their team's hockey, their kids' hockey, and that's the fund that was done. So the perception that settlement came through the National Equity Fund instead of insurance, and also that there were no minutes from any of the board meetings. Why did you choose to settle from the National Equity Fund and not through insurance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few things to clarify there, if I could. First of all, I'll clarify that there are minutes from our meeting, but there's no minutes taken from in-camera sessions. We use the National Equity Fund because, as my colleague, Mr. Cairo, said earlier, there were some questions with respect to coverage, and we were concerned that it would take months and maybe years to clarify that. We still maintain the right to pursue consideration of this being covered by our insurance after the fact, and we'll take the measures to look at that. But we made the decision to use the National Equity Fund as I presented on June the 20th in the best interest of the young woman and taking care of her needs given the circumstances.
Okay, and last question. You mentioned a lifetime ban moving forward. If moving forward, if any player does not participate in the investigations, they'll be banned. What about players who are involved in a settlement? If they went through an investigation and there was a settlement, would those players be allowed to continue playing? We don't want this culture of actually encouraging these settlements and allowing these incidents to continue happening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We certainly share that view. We don't want individuals who conduct themselves in this manner in our system. If they are proven to have done this through an investigation, then they will not be entitled to participate in our programs. And if someone...
But not through a settlement?
Thank you. That's it. The time is up, Tim. Thanks very much. I'm going to go to Mr. Lemire for 2.5 minutes. Thank you.
Ça va être Madame Larouche.
It will be Ms. Larouche. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to push Mr. Smith about I'd like to push him a bit about what my colleague Mr. Lemire discussed. My colleague Mr. Lemire said there was a change in attitude between now and June. So, Mr. Smith, it's not just Mr. Lemire and I who noticed this change in attitude. There are many people who have noted it. you seem to trivialize things in June. You said there were problems in Hockey Canada as there were problems in all kinds of places in society. There are people who noticed your tone in June. And I think you had to really be criticized severely for you to change for today. It seems that you had to have a knife put to your throat to change. You also said that you had a preliminary report. You talked about this Rule 11 that was implemented. But why are you trying again to talk about what you did? Because until today, it seems to me that you use money to protect your image. So in order to reassure victims, I want to know what you're going to do from now on to reassure parents as well, to show that there's progress. What are you going to do?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few things, if I could. First of all, I say once again, and those people who know me outside of this room, my attitude, if it came across differently on June 20th, there was no intention with that. Maybe it was because of the first time I went through that. I'm not sure. And I definitely didn't. I don't feel that I trivialized any incidents in our game. One incident is one too many, and I think I used that on June the 20th. And also, with respect to using money, we haven't used money to protect our image. We've used money to respond and support victims, or we've used our money to support individuals who have suffered an injury that is not fully covered by insurance. So we've used money to support families. Going forward, we have an action plan that consists of a number of things that I don't expect Canadians to say, yes, that's good today. I asked earlier for an opportunity to be measured on the work that we will do on that action plan. The governance review will provide direction, and if there are changes that are required there, we're prepared to accept those. We'll name a third-party oversight committee with strong leadership that will make sure that we deliver on all of our obligations. We'll sign.
Yeah. Thank you. I think our time is up. I'm so sorry. I'm going to go now to Peter Julian for the NDP for 2.5 minutes. Peter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I've got some brief questions. I'd like a brief answer. I was surprised that when we asked for the board minutes that we were not told that the discussions at the board took place in camera. There were no minutes and nothing that actually indicates that the association had actually formalized the decision. Is that the case with all of the 9 victim payouts that have been made? Were they all decided upon in camera with no copies of any minutes?
Just before I turn to Mr. Cairo, I would like to clarify in the minutes that you received, there would have been a reference to discussions, but not the content of those discussions because they were in camera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not aware of any minutes existing, but that's just simply because I haven't gone back and looked for the previous ones.
For any of them. So has this been practice then with Hockey Canada when they are talking about victim
I can't tell you. A lot of those dates are back in the 80s and 90s, and I haven't searched the minutes.
It would be helpful for Hockey Canada to provide further information to our committee. Did you, in each of these cases, advise the government, advise Sports Canada, who is a major funder?
We advised Sport Canada starting in 2018 when that protocol came into being.
So not previously to that. Has Sports Canada ever, and the Minister's office, ever contacted you to get more information or more clarification?
To date, our protocol with Sport Canada has been to notify them, and as I said earlier, I believe now with the 2003 World Junior incidents, we've reported 4 to Sport Canada since 2018. 2 were of one family,
yes,
and then 18 and 20 and 03.
Yes, thank you for that. Was there a liaison from Hockey Canada to the London Police both prior to
27 seconds, Peter,
and now that the investigation with the London Police Services has resumed? And is there a liaison with Hockey Canada and the Halifax Police now that a new investigation has been opened up into the 2003 World Hockey Championships?
Heenan Hutchison would be in contact with the London Police. And with respect to your question on the Halifax Police, our general counsel reached out to Halifax Police the evening we received the email from Mr. Westhead.
And no one else from Hockey Canada?
No one, no.
Then
you have 14 seconds, Peter. I think you're going to have to.
Do the board of directors or staff receive any bonuses or gifts when a junior team or a Canadian team on Canadian soil win a championship?
The board of directors and our members from time to time have received a version of championship rings. And there are some staff members that do have bonuses that relate to medal performance.
How much?
There would be a variety of those based on the level of.
What is the range?
Thank you, Peter. I think you have run out of time. I'm so sorry. You can ask that later on. And I wanted to go now to Mr. Nader for the Conservatives.
Thank you, Madam
5
Chair.
minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like an answer to Mr. Julian's question. What is the range of those payments?
I would be prepared to provide that to the committee.
Could you provide that by the conclusion of today's meeting? I'm sure there's some staff back in the Hockey Canada office that could provide that.
We'll endeavor to do so.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to see that commitment. There's a Shakespeare quote, "What's past is prologue." And I feel like the actions of Hockey Canada over the last number of years have really brought us to this point today. Earlier, in response to a question from Mr. Lemire, you made a comment about safe sport and about how Hockey Canada has been working on this for some time. But the facts of the matter are that in your own minutes, Hockey Canada has shown hesitancy to some of the objectives of safe sport. And I want to quote from one of the minutes, and it has to do with One Sport Canada, or One Sport hotline. And the minutes state this: Hockey Canada is seen as a leader. However, some sports are not as sophisticated or established as us. There is great concern that third-party involvement would eliminate our ability to control the situation as well as we would. I would note they've also received emails where Hockey Canada officials have stated that they would be opposed to third parties looking at complaints. Here we are today, and with that type of attitude over the past number of years, that only Hockey Canada could control the situation as well. It takes us to the situation where we have the culture and the situation with Hockey Canada today. I want you to address that very briefly. How is it? How can we go forward with the leadership team in the place today that has been involved with the organization for a number of years and have had this attitude in the past? I'll give you a minute to comment.
So first, I'd like to make reference to where we currently are with the Office of the Sports Integrity Commissioner. I believe we've joined, thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that we have joined a group of other national sport organizations that have raised question with respect to the implementation of the Universal Code of Conduct and the requirements of the Office of the Sports Integrity Commissioner. Those, I would characterize those as not being preventative from going in that direction, but for clarification on the appropriate implementation. I know that I was briefed yesterday via email that a meeting took place on Monday, and the lawyer representing the SRDCC as well as the group of sports have had good discussions. They're working through one component of the indemnification clause, and I am very comfortable that we will be an early signatory as required by Sport Canada to that. And so I can't, with respect to your question on trust within Hockey Canada, and I think specifically trust in me, I've attempted to answer that as honest as I can and as straightforward as I can. I believe that I am the right person to lead Hockey Canada to a new place. I believe I have the skill set to do it. and I believe I have the drive and commitment to do it and the respect of our board and our membership as well as our staff. If through the governance review, or if our board were to change their opinion of that, I'm prepared to accept the consequences of that.
I'd like to each of the commissioners of the three leagues to answer this next question. It's a three-part question, and I'll go through them all three and ask each of you to respond. How many complaints have each of the leagues received related to allegations? Second, how many have settled? How many settlements have been offered? And in each of those cases, did your respective leagues inform Hockey Canada?
Why don't we start with, thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe we can start with the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League and Monsieur Courteau.
Yes, Mr. Cotto, go ahead.
Yeah. Could you repeat the question?
Please be brief. You only have a minute left.
Madam Chair, he's asking that I repeat the question, so I'd ask that the clock be stopped so I can repeat the question.
All right.
How many complaints were received? How many settlements were offered? And did the league advise Hockey Canada of the complaints?
À l'intérieur de notre ligue?
Within our league, over the past 5 years, no complaint was shared with Hockey Canada. And the two players who were concerned were suspended.
Mr. Branch?
If I understand the question correctly,
30 seconds.
In the last 5 years, we've had no sexual assault claims. We've had one report of a sexual misconduct, which was as a result of a player playing in Europe, taking a picture that he distributed, which was certainly violated the young woman's rights, and we took immediate action, even though it did not occur in our league, and we suspended him until the 1st of January, and it was subject to reinstatement based on taking counseling and certain educational programs that were approved by the league.
And Mr. Robinson?
You were running out of time, Mr. Nater.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had 2 instances in the past 5 years. These matters were investigated by police, and the players were suspended from our league. It was not reported to Hockey Canada.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And now I go to Michael for the Liberals, Michael Coteau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to start by saying that there's no question that Canadians love hockey. You know, it's something that we've always been proud of as Canadians, but over the last few months, I've seen more anger, disappointment, and people who are just ashamed of what's been going on. And your responsibilities as leaders in the system goes way beyond just the boardroom and the management of the boardroom. It's interconnected with the dreams of Canadians and the national spirit. You know, we've all fought. Every single one of us here have done something to promote sport and promote hockey. You know, my municipality tried to stop road hockey. I fought against that. I fought against 77 municipalities. So hockey and sport is so important to Canadians because it helps build young people. It gives them the skill sets they need to continue moving forward. So my first question to anyone there, do they believe that there's a crisis in hockey today? And if so, why? It's a very simple question.
I believe we have some significant issues that are having a significant impact on what Canadians and, more importantly, parents of young hockey players think about the game.
So do you think there's a crisis in hockey?
I think
right now, does your organization have a crisis?
I think if there's one incident, that's one too many, and that's driving our approach with respect to our actions.
So there's no crisis.
Oh, I never said that.
So yes or no? Yes or no? Is there a crisis in hockey?
When there's an incident, then when there's one incident of this, we need to take that responsibility very clearly. And so we think that we do believe that we need to be responsible, we need to act, and we've got an action plan to deliver on that.
Do you know who the Scarborough Sharks, Leaside Wildcats, or the Etobicoke Dolphins are?
I apologize. would guess that they're members within our membership, but I don't know those
Yeah,
programs
they're local
directly.
teams. They're right around the corner from where I represent, and they're teams made up of young women. And I would consider them shareholders in your organization. Would you agree?
They're shareholders within our membership, and our membership are treated as shareholders of Hockey Canada. So yes.
So if I gave you just 30 seconds to explain why Hockey Canada and the organizations representing hockey have failed young women like them, what would you say?
My response would be that the events of 2018, as well as the announcement of 2003, are significant and very troubling. Our focus is to investigate those and bring them to a truthful conclusion.
So let's talk about culture within your organization. So you have an action plan that's going to change the culture within your sport. It says here in the plan overview, this is like one of the first statements made in the plan. It says that Hockey Canada is committed to driving cultural change and addressing toxic behavior that exists in corners of the game. What do you mean by corners? Is this a systemic issue, or is this just an isolated small part of, because a corner, let's say the corner is less than 10% of the field of play or the ice. Is this issue a systemic issue throughout the entire organization, or is it just an isolated issue that represents a corner of the larger, bigger picture?
Well, I think if my opportunity to speak for 30 seconds to the 3 or 4 programs female programs that you represent, we haven't had these issues in the female game. We haven't had these issues in certain segments of our minor hockey program, but we have in other areas of minor hockey as well as levels above that.
So do you see this as a systemic issue within your sport?
We see this as an issue that we need to eradicate and abolish. And so
when we talk about cultural change, obviously there's a big issue of sexual assault, sexual misconduct, a cultural shift that has to take place there. Does mental health and racism fit into this toxic culture as well?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It absolutely does. It's part of our overall opportunity to make sure that we're a welcoming environment. I think our organization has done some marvelous things, but most importantly, the issues of the day, we need to make sure that we're delivering appropriate levels of education that, as someone around the table said earlier, are not box-checking exercise. They clearly drive the cultural change we want, and we need to find a way to make sure that we can measure that. I think we've done some things to make the game more inclusive, but that's a process. I'm not sure that we will ever hit the finish line on that. We will continue to evolve as an organization, and our board, our membership, and our staff are prepared to deliver on that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now go to round 4, and the Conservatives will put up a person for 5 minutes, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I heard about everything that happened with Hockey Canada in 2003, 2018, I was stunned. I was truly surprised and shocked because I'd worked with the Major Junior Hockey League in Quebec, and it seemed to me that things were very strict, but when we know that Hockey Canada is not preventing the best players in each team, sometimes the captains, because a captain has to be responsible, a leader, very disciplined, and that things like this happen with Hockey Canada, it's really, really hard to understand. I'd be curious to know how these players are trained, because all of the players who take part in Hockey Canada know that 2 weeks before an event, they're told that they have to be ready to give 100% or more for their team. So I'm surprised that these things happened with Hockey Canada when you said that there are 1 to 2 cases a year, and this over the past 6 years. How do you train and how do you discipline your players?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think in our action plan we've made reference to a few things that may cover what you just you provided as a statement and a question. A couple of key things that stand out for me are, further enhancements to our education initiatives and actually a thorough review by our third party through our action plan to review all of our education initiatives and ensure that it's achieving the objectives we want and we have the ability to evaluate the effectiveness. We also have introduced having a third party conduct character assessments on players, coaches, staff, and volunteers around our national team program. So there are further measures that we have in place to ensure the appropriate characters in place with a drive to make sure that these incidents never happen again.
En tout cas, je suis pas.
Well, I'm having a hard time being convinced that you're on the right path. That the people now in positions at Hockey Canada, I'm not convinced by them. We hear about drug consumption, and I find this truly, truly appalling. I don't have any questions. May I share with my colleague?
Gentlemen, you're here because we care about the game. But I got to admit, when I look at the 7 of you and 3 on Zoom, that's not the face of hockey today. NHL teams have moved to women in positions. We are lagging behind. That front row tells me everything. Mr. Smith, how are you going to change that culture?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I mentioned earlier the strength of the female voices that we have across our leadership team as well as our board. The incredible position that our National Women's Team program has as a voice of influence, not only in the sport of hockey but in sport, given they're for the first time in many years world champions and Olympic champions. We have female leaders that have taken on the leadership with respect to standing committees and task teams within our system. We have a dedicated female hockey policy committee. So I think on the path to involving and encouraging and making sure that we have more female voices within a game, those are some examples of what we've done, and we'll continue on that process going forward.
So how long is it going to take, Mr. Branch, that we see
30 seconds,
women
Kevin.
in powerful positions in the OHL, in the Q, in the Western Hockey League? Because really, in those 3 leagues in the Canadian Hockey League, there's zero influence right now on the women. And you 3 will have to lead this in the next coming months, I would hope, that we do see some women in influential positions in the Canadian Hockey League, in the Q, the O, and in the Dub.
Thank you very much. There is no time for an answer here, Kevin. So you can bring that up again if you have another round. And now I go to the Liberals for 5 minutes. Anthony?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I want to come back to Mr. Smith. In the last round of questioning, you told me that you rushed to settle with the victim without being aware of the underlying facts, without taking the time to alert the other defendants, because you wanted to act wholly in the victim's best interests. So let's look at the victim's best interests. Mr. Smith, would it have been in the victim's best interests in the initial version of the settlement agreement to have a clause preventing her from speaking to any third party about anything that happened to her, with no carve out for the police or investigators or to respond to players that may be speaking about her? Would that have been in her best interest, Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, this is a layman's term of layman's explanation of the process, but the minutes of settlement, which is what you're referring to, were part of ongoing discussions between the young woman's lawyer and our lawyer, Mr. Winton, who's to my right. And those were agreed to by both parties. Both parties are experienced, including the young woman's lawyer. And I stand to be corrected, but I don't think she would have been prevented from speaking to police.
Why then did you amend the settlement agreement, Mr. Smith? Why did you enter into an amendment that we received today of the settlement agreement?
Yes. We proactively, thank you, Madam Chair, we proactively reached out a little over a week ago when some of the media reports were representing comments on behalf of players. And we asked if, we reached out to the young woman's lawyer and suggested she should be given the right to respond to the events of that evening as well. And so we offered that on a proactive basis, and it took until, I believe, later in the day yesterday to have the young woman's lawyer respond, and Mr. Winton sent that to the clerk of the committee late last night or this morning, as you reference.
I agree, and I agree that in any settlement there would be negotiation and an agreement, and these clauses are common in agreements. However, to say that you were acting wholly in her best interests, when there's a non-disclosure clause or a confidentiality clause that goes to say she can't speak to anybody about the event, seems to belie that. So then let me go to insurance, because you've talked about why you didn't go to the insurers and why you settled from the fund. Why do you carry sexual conduct liability policy insurance?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask Mr. Cairo to answer that, please.
We carry it because it does afford coverage for our existing players. Where we have gaps in the systems is when there is individuals, when we acquired the sexual misconduct insurance that were identified, and insurance would not cover those individuals.
So let me understand this better. If I understand correctly, the claim was reported to the insurers the day that you first heard about this incident in 2018, correct?
That is correct.
Did you report the lawsuit to the insurers in writing in the day or the days following receiving the lawsuit?
I stand to be corrected, but I believe we did. I don't know if we did that in writing or we did it verbally, but we advised our insurer.
And did your insurer take part in any of the settlement discussions?
No, they did not.
So let me ask, because if an insurer is going to look at a lawsuit, they're going to insist on having facts. They're going to look at their risk and insist on taking over the claim, taking over the defense, and litigating it accordingly. But you chose not to have that done, to have an independent third party take over the claim and look at it and assess it. You chose to just run off and settle without being aware of the facts. Why would you say that that was a good decision?
30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I made reference to this on June the 20th as well. We made the decision to settle in the best interest of the young woman. We didn't want to litigate this, or we didn't want to go through the procedure that you make reference to and challenge her by putting her through that circumstance. We made the decision in the best interest of the young woman.
Madam Chair, if I may, one last...
No, sorry, Anthony, you have another kick of the can, but we're finished here, and I'm going to go to Madame Larouche for 2.5 minutes, please.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Speak a little slowly for the interpretation. Thank you.
Bien entendu.
Yes, of course. So, Mr. Smith, I will repeat the question I asked of you earlier. If a player is accused of sexual assault, how can you reassure those silent victims that they will be respected and heard by Hockey Canada and the other leagues?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there are incidents where someone is convicted of sexual assault, I believe that's criminal in nature. We will have in our action plan, there's reference to our new third-party investigative process reporting and tracking mechanism, and we will have the ability to track that and report that on an annual basis.
Parce qu'écoutez, des recommandations, il y en a.
Well, there have already been recommendations. There was Karen Timms who made recommendations. Did you finally hear them, listen to them?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. Which recommendations are you referring to? The Heenan Hutchison ones?
Madame Karen Tibbs vous a fait des recommandations.
Ms. Karen Tibbs, she made recommendations.
Ms.
De la part d'une femme. Donc, encore une fois, parce que
There are reports. They recommended things. 28 academics with studies on on toxic masculinity. There's all kind of information on this. There has been for decades, but it seems that it takes truly serious incidents like these. There weren't only incidents like these in 2003 and 2018. So there's been work done by researchers.
Allez-y, Monsieur Smith.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Ms. Karen Phibbs has not been on our board for a number of years, so I apologize if I can't reference her recommendations. I do believe that our board has undertaken a number of initiatives over the years to make improvements and advancements, dating back to 1997, when unfortunately the Graham James incident came forward. We continue to do that, and our action plan will further strengthen that on a go-forward basis.
Thank you very much. That's the end of that round, and I go to Peter Julian. Peter, for two minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Some quick questions. Were all the victims who were compensated out of the National Equity Fund asked or directed to sign NDAs?
I'll be honest with you. I wasn't involved in the details of those discussions. Glenn, I'm not sure that it's fair to ask you, but I think you may have had some historical view on that to answer that question.
My recollection, thank you, Madam Chair. My recollection would be that that was the case, but I don't have access to those files at this time.
And perhaps Hockey Canada could provide that to the committee. And thank you, Mr. McCurdy, and we're very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
The employment championship bonuses, are they part of employment contracts with Hockey Canada?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those would either be part of letter agreements, they're letters of employment, or employment contracts.
Okay. So as president then, as part of your employment contract, what would your championship bonus be?
I do not have a definitive championship bonus in my current contract. I have a percentage of bonus based on measurable objectives that has yet to be determined for the upcoming year. And I would be recommending, and I think the board would accept the recommendation, that all of my efforts be associated with respect to the delivery of this action plan.
What has been the highest championship bonus paid out?
My preference would be to follow up with the members of the committee as opposed to give you a number and be incorrect.
But is it in the order of $500, $10,000, $50,000?
My preference would be to give you that in writing.
I feel
so
a
you
little
have it.
stonewalled,
No,
Mr. Smith. I mean, I'm sure you're aware of what the amount is.
Thank you.
I think you should share it with us.
Thank you, Madam
30
Chair.
seconds.
No, I'm not trying to stonewall. If I was trying to stonewall you, I wouldn't give it to you. I will give it to you, but I want to make sure that I'm giving you the accurate information, and I hope you can respect that.
Thank you. We look forward to receiving that.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McKenzie, there is a class action suit
16 seconds.
against CHL that details sexual and physical abuse. How can you reassure Canadians that to the class action suit that there is no longer any physical or sexual abuse to players within the CHL confines.
So this would be reference to the Carcillo action?
Yes.
I believe. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's no doubt that in the past, especially, in the 80s and the 90s, there were issues in junior hockey with hazing. Since the mid-2000s, the leagues have really focused on trying to stamp out that behavior, have put in a variety of new policies and programs to try to do that, and including strong sanctions for that kind of behavior. And we think we've made positive strides, and that we think that is not really that is not the current experience of today's junior hockey players. If you want more details on exactly what we've done, I would be happy to have the commissioners report back to the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now go to the Conservatives for 5 minutes. I have no idea who the questioner would be, please.
It's me, Madam Chair, Kevin Waugh, and I'm going to continue with the Canadian Hockey League. All three commissioners, and Mr. Courteau, if you can put the earpiece in, all three commissioners have been long-serving members of the hockey community. Gentlemen, I don't have to tell you, hazing and initiation still happen today in your leagues. You may not say it here, but we know it happens. So, Mr. Branch, you don't have connections with Hockey Canada when this happens, because we have owners that don't want to report it, because there could be a certain player that is a first-round pick in the NHL that's worth over $100,000 to the Barrie Colts or whoever. There lies the issue with Canadian Hockey League. Owners that have first or second draft picks get more money. So I'm hesitant to give you my first-round draft pick if he's been involved in a hazing or initialization, because he's going to be an assistant captain or a captain on a team. But we are seeing this, because if I am the Moose Jaw Warriors, the Swift Current Broncos, or Prince Albert Raiders, and Ron, you know this, I'm a community-based team. I'm living month by month. And if I have a first-round draft pick that I'm going to get $100,000 for, that could be the make or break of my hockey season and the balance. So as the Canadian Hockey League, how do we move on from here? This is part of the problem. David, Gilles, and Ron wouldn't tell Hockey Canada we have an issue with this hockey player, so don't pick him for this team, because we all want that player to be identified, and the more Hockey Canada grabs the player, the more money I'm going to get on the draft. So, Mr. Branch, you've been around longer than most, I think, around here. How would you assess the issue that I've just told you that exists in the Canadian Hockey League in the Q, the O, and the Dub?
Well, I think, first of all, as President Dan alluded to, we recognized, there was some historical issues and challenges.
Still are.
I can tell you that we have an absolute prohibition on any rite of passage to join the team, etc. We work to educate. We have an instant reporting map that players can confidentially contact a person that would be responsible for overseeing hazing situations and the like. We have a professional who goes into teams, interviews all the players, and does an intervention, an assessment to make sure that the proper environment, the proper programs are being delivered. I mean, I can tell you, interestingly enough, an owner contacted me this past September and said, Dave, we've got a hazing incident, I believe. Okay, we'll take it from here. Hired an independent investigator. They went in, they did an assessment, the appropriate steps were taken, and it was verbal harassment, not a physical situation. I think our owners recognize, Kevin, more than ever before, that the importance of the connection with the community and having a positive environment and being able to attract the best young players to our league far overrides what you might get through the NHL agreement. So it's a new environment, different environment, better attitudes, starting with our owners on the way down.
I'm concerned there's no database. There is no database available in this country through Hockey Canada or through the Canadian Hockey League, other than the Graham James incident and so on. How do I know that someone from Gatineau, someone from Victoriaville was involved in an incident? There is no record that I can go. That person might move out to Vancouver to be with the Vancouver Giants. I don't have the database needed to make choices from the Q, the O, and the dub. Why can't we have a database of this stuff?
Well, I know league by league we are
League by
tracking it.
league,
Yes.
but people move. I move, you know, the Edmonton Oil Kings hire someone from the O, and so on. I mean, you guys know that coaching, you don't hire within the Western Hockey League. You can hire from the Quebec League. You can hire from the O. So if we don't have a database from the Canadian Hockey League, how would we know as owners or as
12 seconds.
personnel? How would we know unless we have a database?
Well, we exchange
Thank you, Kevin.
information.
I'm sorry. I think we have no time for that answer. You may want to go after that again, Kevin, if we have another round. Thank you. I now go to Michael Coteau for 5 minutes for the Liberals.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. I want to continue with the action plan and talking about cultural change to take on systemic issues within the organization. Maybe I can ask Mr. Smith. The CHL has 1,400 players. Is that correct? How many players do you have?
1,400, correct, approximately.
Okay, and 60 teams. Is the training that exists currently, because I know one of the pillars is education, but your current educational training, is it mandatory for every single player to get the respect in sport training and the abuse program training and the other forms of training that was mentioned earlier today? Is it mandatory for everyone?
So just for clarity, this is for the Canadian Hockey League, correct? Not Hockey Canada and the action plan?
You know what? It's for Hockey Canada and the action plan, sorry.
So the reference to the, thank you, Madam Chair, the reference to the training in our action plan is mandatory for all of our national team athletes, male, female, and para. And we will be reviewing all of our educational initiatives and making determinations on where training will be mandatory and how we will evaluate that mandatory training going forward.
So someone mentioned that it would be only mandatory for the elite athletes. Does that mean the national team only? And what happens to the other remaining, 1,000 plus players across the country? Do they have any mandatory, and this can be to anyone who can answer the question, is there mandatory training for all 1,400 players across the country at this point?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the 1,400, just for clarity, for the member, is that those are the number of players in the Canadian Hockey League. The number of players who play junior hockey in other divisions outside of the Canadian Hockey League, there'd be many more. I don't know the exact number. But in the Canadian Hockey League, just to answer your question, the 1,400 players receive mandatory training, both from the perspective of each of the three leagues operate the Respect in Sport, a Respect in Sport program, and then each of them also has their own, depending on the needs regionally, they have their own programs in place, but they are all mandatory.
Is there coordination between the three leagues to synchronize that type of training so it's compatible wherever a player is playing or ends up?
The Respect in Sport training, there's an element of it that happens consistently across all 60. And then there's outside of that, each of the three leagues treats it a little bit differently based on the scenarios that they're in. I mean, as we've indicated before, we've got teams in the U.S., we've got some teams in Canada. There's language differences in a league like the Q. So it is sort of delivered a little bit differently. And if there was a desire from the committee to get more information on exactly what that training looks like, we would be happy to provide it.
Question back to Mr. Smith in regards to the agreements that have been made, the legal agreements with victims. I know that the Equity Fund has been funding, I believe, all of those agreements since 1987. I think when it was established, I could be off by a year or two there. But has any of the insurance money paid for any sexual misconduct or sexual assault cases that have come forward? So in addition to the Equity Fund, has the insurance paid for additional cases, settlements?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will defer to my colleague, Mr. Cairo, who can give you an overview of the claims with respect to our insurance program as well.
Mr. Cairo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to our insurance, we've settled 12 claims for a total of $1.3 million.
So that's in addition to the $7+ million that was settled through the Equity Fund?
That's correct.
And so what would be the total amount of cases that were settled from what time period to now from both funds?
So from 89 to 21, 9 cases were settled from the Equity Fund. And from 96, because it only came into existence in 96 to 2022, 12 cases from insurance.
So 21 cases in total?
Correct.
And has there been any other cases that have been settled with any additional fund or any other sums of money besides those 2 pots of money?
Not to my knowledge, no.
So not from the
we're
general...
just talking sexual misconduct?
Yeah,
not
correct.
to my knowledge.
Thank you very much, Michael. That's it.
Thank you.
I would like to move now to one final round. We have time for one final round. And so I shall begin with the Conservatives for 5 minutes. I have no idea who you're going to bring up. Please let us know.
It's Ms. Vecchio.
Yes,
Awesome.
Karen.
Thank
5
you
minutes.
fantastic, and thank you so much. I just want to start. We'll start off with Mr. Branch, if you don't mind. Mr. Branch, I was asking you about the training, and right after I was asking you about this, about the sexual assault training, somebody had published that not all OHL teams, and I'm going to quote, according to the Ontario Coalition of Rape Crisis Centres, an independent organization that has been tracking the OHL on-site training, some teams stopped after the onset of COVID-19. Perhaps, Mr. Branch, you can give me an update on if all of the teams are all back into this, or what the current status is.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. COVID caused us to have to pause the training, and that was at the request of the the Ontario Rape Crisis Coalition. One of the pillars of the program that they want to have is that their representative meets in person. They didn't want to do it virtually, so we had to pause it there. And then last year, we had more difficulty because in the province of Ontario, there was ongoing health and safety guidelines around COVID.
Mr. Branch, I'm really sorry. I just don't have a lot of time, so perhaps you can tell me, if we're looking at today, July 27th of 2022, how many of your OHL teams and how many teams would actually be doing this training each and every month or are currently doing it?
All our teams will engage with the program once again at the start of our season.
Okay, so all of them will be engaging.
Absolutely.
And when we're doing this, is it a monthly program? I know it's all different because of those things, but is it, let's talk about what it is. Is it an hour once a month? Is it a day? Is it ongoing? How does this actually happen? What are the measurements of this training? Is it that they sit in the room, listen to everything, or are there some measurables to see if this training actually worked?
Well, I mean, we have an orientation week that we call it at the start of the year, and that's where most of our education programs are introduced and administered. It's a 2-hour program. Each team has a designated support person, and it's through that mechanism, if there's a need for follow-up, that may occur in that fashion.
Okay, so I just want to be sure. We're taking a whole bunch. I'm looking at the CHL, and I'm from a hockey town. I'll be honest, I'm right outside of the London Knights territory. So I'm looking at the fact that we're bringing usually between 16 and 17 and 18-year-old boys. We're putting them into billet families where their regular parent systems aren't there. I know from reaching out, because of course this is really important, reaching out to some of the billet families with the OHL who have said to me that they've never had follow-up from the team to ensure that, their curfews are being met. When they call the parents, there may have been, with one parent I know, this kid actually had a sign out. So, he was going to get the money. He was signed up with the NHL. Curfew didn't matter to him anymore. the fact is these are young men that we're bringing in here, and young men still need to mature. We know that. I'm a mom. We know that children need to mature, and that at the age of 17 and 18, there are going to be bad decisions. What are you doing to ensure that we are creating good men from these programs?
Well, as a league, we named our very first Director of Player Services last year. And one of his core responsibilities is to make sure that all our programs are being delivered and delivered properly. There's no excuse what you raised here in terms of a team not following up with the billets. Billets are a lifeline in looking after these young men. It's a very structured environment. It has to be for the reasons you've already described. So we're managing it. We're working it as best we can.
Okay, and thank you very much for that. I just now want to turn it back to Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith, in your opening, you had mentioned that you have the support of Hockey Canada representatives and of associations across this country. I'm just wondering, from the minor hockey leagues, how did you find out that they're actually supporting you? I just spoke to a coach who texted me saying, hey, I wasn't part of that survey, and I do not support what's happening with the Hockey Canada programs. So I'm just asking, Mr. Smith, how do you know you have the support of minor hockey across Canada?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that in my opening statement, I made reference to the support that I've received from our board of directors, the Hockey Canada board, as well as our 13 members, which are the governing bodies. So you may have spoken to an individual with a minor hockey association and received that feedback, but they would be part of the member, I'm assuming, within, I'm assuming it would be, they would be a member of the Ontario Hockey Federation, which is one of our 13 members.
Yeah, I just think right here we just see so many disconnects.
Karen, I don't think we have time for them to answer that question. You've got 8 seconds left. Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
That's all good.
We have time for, sorry, after Karen, I think we have Tim.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate
Tim
that.
Lewis, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I would start my questions with Mr. McKenzie from the Canadian Hockey League. Part of the problem that we've seen systemically is that players do not feel comfortable reporting off ice misconduct, and the broad definition of this misconduct is stuff we talked about: hazing, bullying, harassment, sexual harassment, violence, sexual violence, discrimination, physical or sexual abuse. And parents and Canadians are concerned that the 3 member leagues largely focus on the protection and the welfare of the CHL and the protection of the members leagues and their reputational interests. And we've read in reports that many of these policies that are put in place contain legal language, and it makes it very difficult to understand what types of behavior would engage the policy, what recourse or outcomes exist if a breach occurs. It's, in plain language, it's just too complicated. So a good policy has clear language that provides understanding and how an individual can engage and what happens next. So how can the Canadians hold you accountable? In what ways can you simplify the reporting of incidents?
Well, let me start with the first part of your question. We know, and I'm the father of one of them. We know that teenage boys generally do not want to report bad behavior, and it's something we really push against in our league, and it's a reality of that age. And we try to tackle it. And one of the things that we've done, and we implemented last year in each of the 3 leagues, some new independent reporting mechanics to make it easier for players to report if they see something untoward. And so again, it's not something that we're that is a completely finished product in terms of its success level yet. We're pushing against that type of view, and we're continually challenging ourselves on how we can get better there. And we would be open to this committee and outside experts on that topic for suggestion. I think to your second point, and I guess maybe to answer the second part of the question, the types of elements that you indicated in terms of how to make the programs and the reporting more successful, are exactly the kinds of things that have come through the 2 independent reports that we commissioned. And as I said at the outset, the recommendations from those reports for each of our 3 leagues, based on the way they operate their programs, are going to be implemented for this coming season. So,
I appreciate that. I have limited time.
It's something that we're working toward, but we're obviously not quite there yet.
Well, then I'll segue to Mr. Smith from Hockey Canada, because it was mentioned previously there were, I believe, 11 recommendations from the Heinen Hutchison investigation. What was the date that you provided with those recommendations?
I stand to be corrected, but I believe it was September 11th or September 12th of 2018. So, sorry, September 14th.
And how many of those have been fully implemented? I believe in your testimony you've claimed that they've all been worked on, but how many would you consider fully implemented?
I would say that as we speak and with the new action plan, all 11 will be fully implemented.
Will be, okay. And so when was the first recommendation fully implemented? When did you start taking action?
Well, I'd be prepared to, I said earlier when I was asked that, sorry, thank you, Madam Chair. I said earlier I'd be prepared to provide written documentation that would give you the status report on each of those 11 recommendations. The first of which was focusing in on our code of conduct, which was done in the fall of 2018, before the first event took place after the incidents of the London Gala.
Okay, thank you. It just basically it's people asking how we can trust you to move forward if you haven't already implemented some of these programs. You have to know the problems before you fix them, and it remains to be seen if that's understood. So right now it appears that you either did not know about these practices of abuse, or that you did know and didn't take action until you had no choice. So how can Canadians hold you accountable? What metrics can we use so we can come back later and you can prove that you've earned that trust back?
Thank you, Madam.
Very short answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe we did act on the incidents, and we acted on the recommendations, and we will continue to improve them and even evolve them past what those recommendations were from September of 2018.
Thank you. I now go to Mr. Lemire for 2.5 minutes.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does the Major Junior League of Quebec will it respect the Universal Conduct Code? At the last meeting of owners, we said we would. Well, for me, it's not clear that the league is involved, because you are a democratic association. Sometimes there are things that might make it not obligatory for you. There was a second incident. You talked about the first incident in Victoriaville. There was another one in Gatineau. And in light of the information we have in the mea culpas, I want to know if you're going to open an investigation that will be able to ask further questions, because the Quebec, the QPP said they would like to ask questions. Well, if the police want to open an inquest and investigation, of course, we will cooperate. If the police opens an investigation, we will collaborate with them. You said that in the last years, there had been a certain number of problems. Yes, have there been any incidents of a sexual nature? Well, to my knowledge, sexual assaults that were reported were dealt with. Those that are not reported, well, we can't deal with them. Hockey Canada cannot force its partners, force them to do anything, because it is a partnership. And I want to know, are you going to maintain your working relationship, your business relationship? between now and when they decide to follow the Universal Code of Conduct? Well, Hockey Canada is going to be sharing information with our respective owners, and will act. What is the influence of Hockey Canada on Major Junior Hockey? And
please, I will allow you 2 seconds.
OK, on va collaborer.
We will work, we will cooperate with any investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. I now go to, for 5 minutes, no, for 2.5 minutes, I'll go to Peter Julian for the NDP.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A big part of the culture of silence is when victims are silenced. Is Hockey Canada prepared to release from non-disclosure agreements any victim who chooses to come forward and speak about their experience?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've got some advice in the last month about just the evolution of, minutes of settlement or NDAs. Victims that will come forward, first and foremost, we want to make sure that they have the confidence in our independent investigation, and we will continue to work to document their wishes. And if they wish to eliminate those, unless there is a legal reason not to that I'm not aware of, I'm not sure why we wouldn't. Our priority is to support the victims.
Madame la Présidente, là,
Madam Chair, we've asked questions today. We've had answers to some, but not to others. I think it's very clear that the public has lost trust in Hockey Canada. It's also lost confidence in the leadership of Hockey Canada. In my opinion, it's very clear that this will take new leadership to really deal with this total failure in the institution of Hockey Canada in terms of protecting the public and protecting athletes. And we see the same, we see these problems. We know there's a crisis, and changes have to be undertaken, and they have to implement measures that will truly protect victims, give them the opportunity to speak, and to reassure the Canadian public that finally, and hockey is so important in Canada, the public has to believe in them. I think as we continue our examination, these sessions are very important.
I want to say I believe Hockey Canada has failed at its task to protect athletes who are victims, to protect the public who are victims. And Sports Canada has also failed at its task. And because of those reasons, we need to continue our study and continue our work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Peter. I would now go to the Conservatives for 5 minutes, please. I don't have a name.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's John Nader.
Yes, John, 5 minutes, please.
I want to follow up on an angle that Mr. Waugh was going on, and that was about the database and a registry of individuals. I want to confirm with Mr. Smith, according to your minutes, Hockey Canada specifically and deliberately opted out of that aspect. Is that correct?
Are you referring to the database of the Universal Code of Conduct?
Correct.
Could I trouble Mr. McCurdy to answer that? I believe that when he was with us, he may have been in those discussions. I just don't. I don't know the answer to that.
According to the minutes, you did.
I do know the answer of where we sit today, and I've made reference to that earlier about our clear intention of being a full signatory to the Office of the Sports Integrity Commissioner. I can't go back into history and account for what our decision was potentially at that time and what might have influenced our decision that was documented in the minutes at that time. I apologize.
And that's fine, but that's, again, going back to the history and the culture of the organization, that these decisions are made in the past, and now you're playing catch-up. You're trying to fix it. Since March 19th of this year, how many times has the Hockey Canada Board of Directors met?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe they met in March. They met again in late April. They met again after our member forum in the early part of May. They met again after, around our year-end Congress. And I believe they've had other meetings. Those are the main ones that are typically in the schedule.
So the fact is that we have not received the minutes from those meetings. Why not?
Those minutes are yet to be approved.
Is there a reason they haven't been approved?
No, I would say, thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I would say it's typical that there is a lag period for our minutes to be approved. So that's not abnormal. And we will have no problem sending you the minutes you require once they are approved.
I would hope that would be the case. It's rather convenient those have not yet been approved, considering the timeline.
As I mentioned earlier, that's not abnormal for us to take a period of time to approve the minutes.
And perhaps that is a governance issue that needs to be addressed more broadly, in addition to the other governance issues that are obviously an issue. I want to go back to the Heenan-Hutchison report. You just mentioned in response to a previous questioner about how you've been working on this for some time. I want to quote to you from the Saturday, January 22nd, 2022 minutes of Hockey Canada. Quote, the Heenan-Hutchison report will be reviewed when we meet in person during the March 17 to 19 HC board meeting. The recommendations from the HH report will become priority work with the new staff dedicated to safe sport, and an action plan to address them will be developed. Why? Why was this only becoming a priority on Saturday, January 22nd, 2022, when you've had the report since September 2018?
The reference to the January 2022 was related to recommendations that would be undertaken by our new head of Safe Sport. At the time, we were hopeful, maybe too optimistic, and hopeful that our director of Safe Sport would be in place by early March. Natasha Johnson, our VP of Sports Safety, joined the organization on the first Monday in May, which I believe was May the 2nd.
I want to very quickly address the Hockey Canada Foundation. Mr. Andrews, can you confirm once again that the foundation was not made aware of these allegations from 2018 until you learned about it in the public record? Sorry, sir, you're on mute.
Sorry, it's been 2 hours and 45 minutes on mute. We have not been made aware until the public was in May. I can confirm that.
Thank you for that, and I think that again reflects a challenge with the governance structure within Hockey Canada. Last two comments I want to make, and this was a commitment you made earlier in the meeting about the interim recommendations of the Heenan-Hutchison report, as well as the range of salary bonuses that are provided to Hockey Canada officials. I'd hope that this would be available by the end of this meeting. Can you confirm whether that would be still the case?
30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish to confirm for the members of the committee that those already have been sent.
To the committee? To the clerk? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
I can confirm.
Can the clerk confirm?
I can confirm that we have received them, and both pieces have been sent to translation, and upon receipt of translation, they'll be distributed to the members of the committee.
Thank you. Thank you, John. That's the end of your round. You have 6 seconds. Do you want to make a quick statement or whatever? No?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would reiterate what I said earlier in the meeting, is that I believe there is time, and now is the time for new leadership. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, we now go to to Chris Biddle for the Liberals for 5 minutes. Chris?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask a couple quick questions, and I'll split my time with Mr. Maloney. To Mr. Branch, you mentioned an app for reporting incidents at the OHL. Has any player ever reported an incident through the app that you then followed up with an investigation?
Yes, I can give you an example. First of all, they have. I can give you an example of this past year that you may be familiar with, where a player reported concern of racial abuse to our director of EDI, Mr. Rico Phillips, and that was a new position we put in place 2 years ago. We conducted an independent investigation, and the person who was alleged to have made certain remarks was expelled from our league.
Thank you. To Mr. Smith, in the action plan for expanded application of the Code of Conduct, failure to cooperate in an investigation could mean never wearing the Hockey Canada jersey ever. But with respect to earlier comments, you said those who do not cooperate will not be able to participate. What's the discrepancy there between the action plan and your comments?
If a player fails to participate in an investigation of the nature that we're talking about, they will be expelled from any and all Hockey Canada activity.
And just to confirm, regardless of their talent, whether they're generational talent or not, that will apply equally to all players.
To confirm, if a player fails to participate in an investigation of the nature that we've been discussing for a period of time now, they will be prevented from participating in hockey programs.
Thank you very much. I'll turn my time to Mr. Maloney.
Thank you, Mr. Biddle. I appreciate sharing your time. Just a couple of quick questions, gentlemen. First, if my memory serves me, in June, there was discussion about an NHL investigation into the events from 2018. What's the status of that? Do we know?
To my awareness of the NHL investigation, it's ongoing. I'm not privy to the status, the details of the status.
Okay, thank you. My second series of questions is about the equity fund. My understanding is the fund was created in 1989. It's been used 20 times to settle civil lawsuits. 9 of those cases involved allegations of sexual misconduct. So the other 11 cases had no allegations of sexual misconduct. So there were claims of another nature. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and without getting into too many particulars, what are the natures of those claims? I guess really what I'm asking is this fund created as a form of self-insurance because you didn't have coverage or you either chose from a business perspective to self-insure?
It was a self-insurance fund when it did start, so yes, there is a form of that. To answer your question about the nature of injuries, one particular injury was a plaintiff who suffered a catastrophic injury in a WHL game and became a quadriplegic, and basically, endured 40 years until he passed just this very year.
Okay, thank you. And are there other, are the monies from that fund used for any purposes other than legal claims?
The money from the equity fund is used to fund our insurance premiums.
Okay, so it's solely for legal purposes. But the claim you're talking about with the individual who suffered the catastrophic injuries, was there a civil action arising from that?
I think Ron Robinson would be best to answer that. It happened in, I believe, way back in the early 80s. So I'm not familiar.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes, could you repeat the question, please?
The question was the incident that Mr. Carroll was talking about, the individual from the Western Hockey League, was that payment a result of a civil claim, a lawsuit?
It was a civil claim, right? That's correct.
Okay, thank you. My last question.
You have 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you pursuing your insurance company for any of the claims for the monies paid out as a result of this claim in March of this year?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is one avenue we intend to pursue.
Okay, thank you. And they were put on notice of the claim in 2018 when you first became aware of it, and they were notified when you received the claim in March of this year?
That's correct.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of this session with Hockey Canada. And
j'aurais une proposition à faire.
Madam Chair, I have a proposal. We have only 7 minutes. I ask that each political party have 1.5 minutes.
You have a proposal? Well, do I have unanimous agreement from everyone in the meeting? Yep. That would be 4 minutes, and I'm going to hold you to 1 minute. Any objection? Hearing none, then we will give each political party 1 minute, starting with the Conservatives. You have 1 minute of statement. John?
I'll go. Hockey is Canada's game. It's been in everybody's backyard. This hits deeply. I stand by my earlier comments. Not only Hockey Canada has to own this, but yesterday I called on Sport Canada too. We have to blow up Sport Canada as much as some around the table want to blow up Hockey Canada. It's a culture that has, as we know, in this country gone on too long. We've all agreed with that. But there's heavy lifting to go. There will be bumps. There will be celebrations. But at the end, I think all of us around here, we need this. We need a cleansing in hockey. We need a cleansing in sport. We've all been involved in decades with it.
16 seconds.
And we all love every sport that we've been involved in. So just on behalf of the Conservative Party, I will add thank you for coming here today. We haven't got all the answers. Maybe we'll have another meeting in September, but going forward, the glass is half full, it's not half empty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now to the Liberals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's me, Madam Chair. And
go ahead, Mr. Housefather, for 1 minute.
Thank you. I appreciate it. First of all, I appreciate everybody coming. Second of all, I have to say that I've been somewhat disappointed with the answers still that we've received today in some areas, although I note the progress that Hockey Canada has made in terms of the promises, but I don't think they go in any way far enough. The idea, for example, that you're not approving board minutes at the next board meeting, never heard of this in my life in any organization I've been part of. The idea you're saying that you could still claim the insurance when you settle the claim without involving the insurer breaches every insurance contract I've ever heard of. The answers we received with respect to the settlement agreement and the answers with respect to all of Hockey Canada's past lead me to believe that unfortunately there needs to be a bigger cultural change in Hockey Canada than you're currently promising today. There's times that good people have to step aside because the public has lost confidence in them, and I'm afraid this might be one of these times.
Thank you, Mr. Housefather. I now go to the Bloc Québécois. 1 minute, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Canadians and Quebecers, players, the whole public, parents of players, I am really looking forward to the championships in Alberta. Now, is this going to... We want this to be part of the culture. I want to see what happens in the fall, how people will react to all this. And the cases of hazing, because what has happened is completely unacceptable. And we know there are other things. I hope sincerely that this sport will become safer. I hope that we'll be able to give confidence to those victims who have not reported yet. We hope we can give them what they need to come out of their silence. And we have to be able to listen to all of them. Thank you.
Mr. Julian, for 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The allegations of the gang sexual violence contained in the victim's statement from 2018 are profoundly disturbing. The evidence that is emerging around the allegations of a vicious sexual assault in 2003 are disturbing. Reading the allegations contained in the Canadian Hockey League lawsuit, profoundly disturbing. Full range of physical and sexual abuse. You, as the stewards of our national sport, were responsible during these periods, and your organizations are responsible for putting an end to the abuses that we're seeing. And our committee has a responsibility to continue its work to achieve that end. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Julian. Right on time. My goodness. Now I just wanted to suggest that I want to thank the witnesses for coming and for spending 3 hours with us. And I wanted to suggest that you have heard suggestions that we may actually want to look at this again in September. But I also wanted to say that just as a chair, I wanted to note that I think if Hockey Canada is going to represent Canada and junior leagues in hockey, there should be a more diversity on their board, a diversity of gender, a diversity of racialized communities, a diversity of Indigenous peoples. We need to represent Canada when we're making decisions with what is in effect Canada's national sport. So I want to thank you again. And I think what I would do is suspend for about 3 minutes so people can have a health break before we go on to the final hour. Thank you all very much. hearings these 2 days. And Barry Lorenzetti is the founder and president and chief executive officer of BFL Canada. Now, Mr. Lorenzetti, you have 5 minutes to make a statement. I will give you a 30-second warning when your 5 minutes is going to be up. You also will be facing some questions and answers. I wanted to suggest that if you needed any kind of interpretation, at the bottom of your screen, you will see a globe, and that if you press that, that gives you interpretation in French or English, whichever you like. If you have any problems hearing or with any technical difficulties, just flag it right away. We will suspend the meeting so we can fix it for you. So please, Mr. Lorenzetti, welcome to the committee, and you can begin your statement now for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to mention that I have in my presence my lawyer, Marc-André Coulombe from Stikeman Elliott. You had received notification of this on July 26th.
Yes, excuse me, Mr. Lorenzetti, your lawyer is not allowed to speak. He can advise you at your side. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you. So thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee for inviting me today to appear as President and CEO of BFL Canada. As an active member of our community, I consider it my personal responsibility to be present here today. I, like every other Canadian, was deeply saddened and shocked by the alleged sexual assaults that took place in June of 2018. I have since read the open letter issued by Hockey Canada to Canadians, and most recently their action plan to address behavior in and around Canada's game. As a supporter of our game, I am relieved and will continue to follow closely the concrete actions introduced by Hockey Canada and its senior management to address these concerns. More importantly, I am pleased to see that Hockey Canada has reopened the investigation and that all players will be required to participate. Comme la plupart d'entre vous, je suis convaincu.
Like most of you, I am convinced that changes are necessary in professional sport, including hockey, and therefore BFL Canada and myself have been trying to contribute to various initiatives that support hockey players. More personally, as a businessman and as the father of a young woman, I believe in doing away with the barriers that women face in sport and also in other areas.
And I started the Barry F. Lorenzetti Center for Women, Entrepreneurship and Leadership at the John Molson School of Business in 2021. And amongst other endeavors, notably the High Performance Center for Women's Hockey and other programs for women's hockey and our Family Foundation. I say this only because I want to reiterate the importance of these hearings on shedding light on the issues that we continue to face in hockey and professional sports, and on the responsibility that I believe we all must take in ensuring that we create a safe and inclusive space, not only in sport, but throughout Canadian society. Before I answer your questions, and as previously communicated to this community, I do wish to clarify that BFL Canada is an insurance brokerage and benefits consulting firm. We are not an insurance company, and we are not Hockey Canada's insurer. As an insurance broker, we have certain statutory and legal confidentiality obligations pursuant to our Code of Ethics and the Act respecting the distribution of financial products and services. Although I am here voluntarily today to intend to answer each and every one of your questions to the best of my abilities, I am of course limited by these confidentiality restrictions, which I cannot violate. That being said, I will do everything I can to assist the committee. I understand that the committee has very broad powers, but I would respectfully ask not to be placed in a situation where I would need to reveal confidential information that is readily available from other sources, such as the insurer or Hockey Canada themselves, who are not bound by these same restrictions. With this in mind, I am here today to answer your questions and hope sincerely that my answers still serve to contribute to these hearings and more generally to an essential dialogue that all Canadians should share. Merci. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lorenzetti. I'm going to move to the question and answer component. And we begin with a 6-minute question, beginning with the Conservatives for 6 minutes. Who will be the Conservative questioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's Kevin Waugh.
Okay, Kevin, begin for 6 minutes.
Mr. Lorenzetti, it's interesting that you're with BFL Canada Brokerage, and you're also on what happened to be the 2018 Gala, Foundation Gala Board of Hockey Canada. And that's where this incident allegedly took place at the gala. Thoughts on, I don't know if you heard that night what happened or the next day. When did you find out these allegations?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To begin with, I was not personally at the London, Ontario Gala. I had previous family commitments. To answer your specific question, I learned of this incident without detail, probably a couple of days later.
Well, that's interesting because the gala, the chair of the Hockey Canada Foundation had no knowledge of what took place that day. In fact, it was several weeks, months later, Hockey Canada never informed him. He was the chair of Hockey Canada Foundation Gala and was never informed of the incident that I've talked about. And yet you, being a board member, not at the event, you knew a couple of days later. And yet I think it was Mr. Andrews had no knowledge of this, had no correspondence from Hockey Canada itself, and yet you as a citizen had knowledge a couple of days later. Who told you about it?
I learned of this through my claims manager. And of course, as you can appreciate, any information that I would receive is client privileged. And I want to reiterate that what I knew nothing about the detail and the horrific details of this until I found out, along with all of my other fellow board members of the foundation.
When did the board members find out?
We found out, I would think, just around the time the writ was issued, about May of 22.
Were you surprised 2 years later?
I was shocked.
You're in insurance. We had the event that took place in 2018. And then we have an agreement with the plaintiff. And so, go through the steps, you as an insurance broker, finding out that a deal had been done between Hockey Canada and the plaintiff.
So could you be more specific? When you say a deal was done, you mean when the claim was settled in 22?
Yeah, the claim was settled.
This was a decision that was made by Hockey Canada. It was referred to the insurance company, AIG, and AIG gave their blessing to Hockey Canada to settle this claim for what you now know are the reasons that Hockey Canada gave with respect to the settlement.
How does BFL Canada work with Hockey Canada? Give us some insight on what you do in that company of yours.
Sure. We represent Hockey Canada in the marketplace. Basically, we are their broker. And we place market insurance, not only in Canada, but worldwide for Hockey Canada's needs. We will do assessments of what Hockey Canada requires with respect to coverage, and then we will effectively put a marketing team into play, send them into the market, meeting with insurers, and place the coverage on their behalf.
So we found out today that Hockey Canada since 1989 had 9 settlements, 7.6 million, most of it dealing with the Graham James incident, 6.8. So as a broker, you're looking for the best insurance deal. So yes. I would say rates would be going up. When I look at Hockey Canada's past and looking to the future, you're a broker. You're looking for the best deal. What can you tell me about the deals, if there are any now, dealing with Hockey Canada and their situation that we have heard not only in the last 2 years, but certainly in the last number of years?
When you say deals, what do you specifically mean by deals?
Deals on insurance. When you're the one that's brokering Hockey Canada, so you're obviously looking for the best insurance packages at the less cost, I would think, to Hockey Canada. And when I look at the testimony here today and see that, you know, they have agreements in place and have paid out large sums of money, that tells me that their premiums would go up. Am I right in that assessment?
I will be as detailed as I can, not being involved in the business, as you can appreciate, not being involved in the day-to-day management of the account. But I can tell you that we successfully extended the current program of Hockey Canada at the same terms and conditions as the previous year.
See, when I see the National Equity Fund charging $16 a few years ago for registration for people that want to play in Hockey Canada, and today it's over $23.50, I have a concern with that, because I used to work part-time as a volunteer for organizations raising money for kids that can't afford hockey, sport, whatever. And so when, you know, it sounds like when I looked at the records, they're charging $16 out of this National Equity Fund back in 2013-14, and up until this June, it was $23.50. I have a concern. Someone says, well, it's only $8 or $7. But when you're dealing with nonprofits raising money just to get the average kid involved in hockey that has little or no opportunity, unless it is nonprofit, that really disturbed me. Do you have any suggestions on that? Because the National Equity Fund caught everyone off guard. And did you know about the National Equity Fund and what they were doing with it?
I did not know personally about the Equity Fund. No, sir. But if I can offer a general statement to that.
Go ahead.
We deal with thousands and thousands and thousands of clients right across Canada and internationally. It is not uncommon, sir, for a corporation to have a reserve fund or a fund for uninsured losses or claims that aren't recoverable.
Thank you very much. I think you're going to have to expand on that at another question, Mr. Lorenzetti. The time is up. And I now go to the second a person from the Liberal Party, Anthony Housefather, for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lorenzetti, for being here. I want to make sure that we all understand that you've done nothing wrong. Nobody's accusing you of having, done anything wrong. We appreciate you being here very much. You stated some things that surprised me in your testimony. Let me come to the claim that was made by the alleged victim here. When did Hockey Canada provide written notice of the receipt of the claim to the insurer AIG?
We received the claim, and again, as I said, I'm not involved in the day-to-day account, but it would have been sometimes in May that we would have received, May 22, that we would have received a copy of the claim, a copy of the writ from their lawyers, and then we immediately passed. We received this from Hockey Canada, obviously, and then as the conduit to the insurance company, we would have sent this document off to AIG, their insurers.
And would this be under the sexual conduct liability policy or a different policy?
When we reviewed the writ, there was certainly elements of coverage that may apply under their policy, but there were certainly elements of coverage that would not apply under their policy. But not being a party to the contract, we decided that we would send the claim off to AIG.
100%. And did they send it off to General Insurance as well? Did you send it to others or only to AIG under the sexual conduct policy?
AIG is the only insurer that's providing the sexual misconduct coverage, so we would have only sent it to AIG.
Then you introduced, Mr. Lorenzetti, in your testimony, something that Hockey Canada never said. You said that AIG approved them entering into the settlement. They've never testified to that.
No.
Are you certain that AIG did so?
No, AIG agreed to allow Hockey Canada to settle this claim internally on their own.
Right, but what I'm saying is they have never said that. So that's a new element. And you said that they allowed Hockey Canada to do so based on the reasons given by Hockey Canada, which is that they were looking out for the interest of the victim.
That's right.
That sounds very altruistic of an insurance company, which I've never seen in the past, that they would say, we know nothing about the claim, we've never deposed the victim, we know nothing about the underlying facts of the claim or whether the claim is meritorious or not, but just go ahead and settle it and we may cover you. Did AIG, based on this, say, by the way, Hockey Canada, we will not ever penny up on this claim because you settled it without our review? Or did they just say, yeah, we'll continue to potentially cover this claim?
I don't really think they said it in that fashion. They simply agreed to Hockey Canada's request to settle this claim based on the information that we know about and that AIG was informed. The subject, to my recollection or to my knowledge, never came up as to whether they would reopen the claim down the road if Hockey Canada sought from them compensation or indemnification.
Okay, because normally you advise your insurer because you're potentially going to seek compensation. So I'm not sure that if the insurance company is not covering anything, they need to agree or not agree to consent to settle the claim. Basically, it sounds like the two parties agree Hockey Canada would settle the claim out of this reserve fund and the insurance wouldn't pay anything. I'm trying to understand how the insurer may potentially cover a claim that was settled in this manner by Hockey Canada. Under what? I've never read an insurance policy that would allow such a thing. Can you explain if you believe the insurance company may potentially say, yes, we're going to pay out this claim based on Hockey Canada having done the type of process that it did?
Well, like I said in my opening statement, sir, and not being a party, I think that question is better answered by AIG, the insurance company themselves, not me.
I agree with you completely, and we need to hear from AIG on that question. Absolutely. Can I ask another question? You have been a broker, I imagine, for many years, distinguished and risen in your field. Do you often see a claim that was potentially insurable settled in this manner so quickly?
You know, I've been in this business for, as you said, for quite some time. And I've seen a lot of different situations. And I would say that, unfortunately, in our industry, I can't say that claims are handled the same way for each specific incident. You're a lawyer. I think you'd understand that. This claim or this incident, and then which came about as a claim, as I mentioned earlier, we were of the opinion that not all coverage was recoverable. So I would suggest that the insurer and that question would be better addressed to the insurer with collaboration from the insured.
Thank you. Madam Chair, do I have any more time?
You have 19 seconds, Anthony.
19?
19. Okay.
I'll just finish up by thanking you very much, and I agree with you. We need to hear from the insurer. So thank you so much, Mr. Lorenzetti.
My pleasure.
Thank you. And we now go to Mr. Lemire for 6 minutes, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lorenzetti, for appearing. You weren't, you didn't have to appear, so I thank you for being here. The reason I thought it was important that we invite you to appear is that there seems to be a contradiction in what was said June 20th when we understood that the foundation, and you're on their board, wasn't aware of the alleged facts, and that you played a role in the settlement. Now, what do you have to say about this apparent conflict?
Premièrement, je ne suis pas impliqué dans...
Well, first, I'm not involved in the settlements, in the claims settlements. I am an insurance broker, not an insurance company. It's very important that I specify that distinction. I'm also, given the Quebec Insurance Brokers Act, I can say certain things but not others.
Is what I'm saying. I need to understand when you speak to the fact that there may be a conflict of interest. I need to understand exactly what you mean by a conflict of interest here, because I don't see any conflict of interest with my role here specifically.
C'était le sens de ma question. Je voyais d'abord un...
Well, it seemed to me there might be an appearance of that, and I wanted to give you an opportunity to answer. I appreciate your answer. What is your role in the Hockey Canada Foundation? Do you simply sit on the board, or is there more? Well, I'm really happy you asked me that question.
It's my first rodeo on this. Je suis très impliqué avec le fond.
I'm very involved with the foundation. First of all, I'm a donor. Well, thank you for helping to advance women's sports. Has it ever happened that you've had to handle sums of money among different partners, for different partners? Handle money? No. I hope I understood your question, Mr. Lemire, but no. I'd like to hear what you have to say. Does the league use Hockey Canada's insurance? Because it doesn't really seem clear what is the position between Hockey Canada and the Canadian Hockey League. Can you please clarify this? That's an excellent point. Well, if I understand properly, Hockey Canada is responsible for insurance, and the Canadian Hockey League is part of Hockey Canada. Well, it seems that in some cases that the insurance policy can't be settled outside. How is it that these claims are dealt with so quickly and settled so quickly? Well, I think that was clarified by Hockey Canada. There was a decision taken with Hockey Canada, between Hockey Canada and the victim. And when Hockey Canada asked AIG permission to make a settlement, to settle her claim, well, Hockey Canada went forward even though they didn't have approval from AIG. Now, what role is played by the various insurance policies? Who will insure claim settlements? Well, good question. There have been issues that have been dragging on for some time now, and I can't really give you an answer to that question because there are certain parts of the settlement that are covered by insurance and others that are not. Does Hockey Canada have its own insurance? No. We have the insurance which is in the general program of Hockey Canada. Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you very much. I now go to Peter Julian for the NDP for 6 minutes, Peter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lorenzetti, for appearing today. As others have mentioned, we believed you coming to committee would help to clarify certain things, and it has been very helpful so far. I want to just clarify what you said in French. You were saying that CHL insurance is covered through Hockey Canada?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
So that would mean, for example, with the class action suit that is currently being undertaken by a number of CHL players, and I know you'd be aware of what was published in the Hockey News, profoundly disturbing details of physical and sexual abuse ongoing in cases for years. Does that mean in the case of this particular class action, if there was a move to negotiate a compensation for the victims and reach settlement, that would then come back to Hockey Canada?
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes.
So this is a new fact that we were unaware of, and I think it strikes to why it was important to invite you here today. Is it in the case of any settlement that might come out of the allegations, horrific allegations of sexual violence from the 2003, that as well would be carried by Hockey Canada. I think that is clear to all of us. It was not as clear that the horrific allegations contained in the lawsuit against the Canadian Hockey League would also be covered by Hockey Canada. In that kind of case, we're talking about absolutely horrific allegations, and I would assume a very significant, if there was a settlement, significant damages being provided to the victims. How would Hockey Canada then cover all of these potential or current lawsuits?
I'm sorry, are you specifically referring to 03 or the Carcilla case, or
I'm referring to both. It seems to me that there is now a significant body of potential future claims coming forward. You're very knowledgeable about the insurance industry. What does that mean in terms of Hockey Canada?
I suppose I could say that Hockey Canada has an excellent broker and would be covered for these claims through their insurance company. They do have insurances in place for these actions.
So there was comments made by Mr. Smith earlier about the claim for 2018 not being fully covered, and so I guess a little bit like Mr. Housefather's questions. Your sense as a broker is that both a potential lawsuit emerging from the 2003 allegations of gang sexual assault and the liabilities that come from the ongoing horrific allegations of physical and sexual abuse for a number of the players that were in the Canadian Hockey League. Is it your view that insurance that is currently constituted with Hockey Canada would fully cover those claims or settlements?
let me be clear on those points, very clear. The 03 situation is a circumstance, it's an incident. We have not received any detail, or at least I haven't, our insurance company have not received any detail. So it would be very difficult at this particular point in time, sir, for me to decipher as to whether there's coverage and coverage would apply under the general liability or sexual misconduct policy. Insofar as let's call it the Carcillo claim, insofar as the Carcillo claim, we've received a writ. We can see what may be covered and what may not be covered. So we're in a much better position with respect to that particular claim. So I would respectfully, my statement would be to the effect that I would defer answering that question until I had all the facts.
But you believe right now that there are, with the class action, that there are certain aspects that would not be covered?
The Carcillo claim?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
30 seconds, Peter.
So that would mean that Hockey Canada would have to find some other means of covering that for the CHL.
Okay, I think what we have to be clear on, with all due respect, is that you have been referring to the sexual misconduct. Hockey Canada just doesn't carry sexual misconduct coverage, sir. They also have general liability and other elements of coverage. So there would be some aspect of coverage under a general liability policy. There would be some aspect of coverage under sexual misconduct. However, that was mixed in. That's why these claims are not, exactly straightforward.
Thank you very much for that, Peter. Your time is up. Thank you. Now, we're going to go into the second round. And what I'm going to suggest to the committee is we actually started this particular meeting 8 minutes late. And so I'm going to tack the 8 minutes if none of you disagree, so we can round it up and have a full second round. Thank you very much. I see everybody nodding, and I gather that means that you're in agreement. Okay, so we'll go to the second round, and we will begin. It's a 5-minute round, and we will begin with the Conservatives. I don't know who's going to do this.
Oui, alors, pour faire du chemin sur ce que mon collègue...
Well, yes, do you hear me? Well, to follow up on what my colleague, the member for Mont-Royal, said, what was in the case, what had to do with the 2018, June 2018? Well, with all due respect, as a broker, I really can't answer that question. I may have certain ideas, but I think that was up to AIG, and I think that they would be in far better position to answer your question. How many claims does Hockey Canada get? And how many claims of this sort does it give to its insurer? Are you talking about claims? Yes. Well, I think that this information was made public this morning by Mr. Smith's assistant, so I think I can answer this question and repeat their answer. Between 1998 to 2021, the number of claims specifically having to do with sexual misconduct, we have 12 as claims and settled claims. What do you think about the actions undertaken by leaders of Hockey Canada in 2018? Because Mr. Smith was leading Hockey Canada. Well, I don't believe it's up to me. I would feel very uncomfortable answering that sort of question. As Mr. Smith put it very well, it was the decision of the executive board that decided Mr. Smith's future, not me. Madam Chair. I'd like to hand over to my colleague.
Who is this?
Hi,
colleague?
I think it's going to be me, Hetty. So I'm just going to continue with this.
All right. Okay,
online.
Karen, go away.
Thanks very much. Just looking at this, I'm just wondering, has there been any advice to Hockey Canada on how they could lessen the risk and perhaps the exposure of future claims that might be coming forward?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you saying recommendations from our firm?
From your
BFL
firm
Canada?
or, yes, absolutely. Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm very pleased you asked that question. We are in regular contact with Hockey Canada, not myself personally, but we have a team devoted to Hockey Canada, and we are advising on a regular basis, risk advising with respect to, for example, we suggested, and I was very pleased to see this in their action plan, background checks on players. We've recommended this, coach and staff credentiality, and enhanced investigations, healthcare. We've introduced and promoted through Hockey Canada, through what we refer to as a players' health program, education and training in abuse prevention, in concussion awareness, reporting and investigations. Hockey Canada have also included in their action plan recommendations dealing with reporting platforms for athletes, injury management, administrative platforms, and I can go on and on this.
No, I really appreciate it. No, I'm just kind of looking at this because, I'm looking at when you're talking about the education, I think of driver's ed. You go and take driver's ed, it reduces your insurance premiums. Obviously, what you want to do is you want to see some sort of measurables. What are your expectations? You've provided them recommendations. What are your expectations? Because at the end of the day, we don't want to use your insurance company. That should be what insurance is all about. So what are they doing and what measurables are there to see that they don't have more claims?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One other point I would add that I was very pleased that Hockey Canada accepted our recommendation was to bring in Natasha Johnston on the leadership team for health and safety. This lady was previously working with Ringette, Hockey Canada, Hockey Ringette, so she brings a lot of experience in this field. And it's really an ongoing process. As I said, our team is devoted on the Hockey Canada team. The insurance team is devoted to spending the time necessary, to bring.
I just have one final quick question on here. When we're looking at players versus management and coaches, have all of these been focused on? I know that some are coaches, but when it comes to players, are the majority of these claims on players or coaching?
The majority of these claims, actually, the players are the victims in probably 90%, 95% of the cases. That's a very good point. Okay. So this is really centered around the coaching, the trainers. That's where we get most of our claims.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. And now I go to James Maloney for the Liberals for 5 minutes, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lorenzetti, for being here today. You are an insurance broker, right?
Yes.
Okay. So as an insurance broker, Hockey Canada or any other client would come to you with their insurance needs. They would explain what the needs are. You would evaluate them, and then you would point them in the direction of an insurance company who can provide an insurance policy that will provide those coverages. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't write policies. You have, I assume, a stable of insurance companies that you deal with, sir?
Yes.
AIG is one of them, obviously?
Yes.
Okay. And is AIG the CGL policy issuer for Hockey Canada as well as the policy that we're talking about here?
AIG is the primary. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. AIG is the primary insurance company for general liability. And we have some excess carriers above the general liability policy, right, but they are the sole insurer with respect to sexual misconduct.
Okay, thank you. So in the ordinary course, what would happen is a policy would be issued. Well, let's talk about this case. A policy would be issued, in this case by AIG. When a claim arises, The insured, in this case Hockey Canada, has an obligation or responsibility to report that claim to its insurer, and that can be done through you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And then you report it on to AIG, because AIG is actually the organization or the entity that handles the claim and addresses the claim, including things like whether or not particular items are covered or not. Is that fair?
That's very fair.
Okay, thank you. So when we're putting questions to you about whether something is or is not covered, it's not being fair to you, is it, sir? I don't know what your training or background is, but in my experience, you're not the one that usually answers those questions. It would be the insurance company, usually with the assistance of their lawyers.
That is accurate.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All of which is leading me to the question. I'm not sure why you're here, sir, but other than we can get an interesting education on the insurance claims process, perhaps. So in that vein, then, if a claim is made, the statement of claim, so in this case, for example, the contents or the wording of that claim would trigger a certain response from the insurance company, for example, whether or not there is a duty to defend. Is that accurate?
That's very accurate.
Okay. And that's entirely different as to whether or not there is a duty to indemnify. Is that accurate?
That is also accurate.
Okay. And the duty to indemnify is not something that's determined until a lawsuit or a claim has advanced through all of the stages, possibly to its conclusion. Is that fair?
In the event, thank you, Madam Chair. In the event that the AIG in this case was presented with a claim, they have every right to reserve their rights, conduct an investigation, and at times, and not, this is not a question pointed in the direction of AIG, but typical in the industry, and you seem to know something about this, this claim
I practiced insurance defense law for 20 years before I went into politics.
My condolences.
Yeah, thank you. That's why I went into politics, actually. Finally, it's of some value here. I got.
Well, absolutely. You're really giving me a hand here.
Yeah.
I'll just, to be serious for a second, the insurance companies can drag this out, as you well know, for 2 years, 3 years with their reservations of rights.
Yeah. Yeah, so a reservation of rights letter, for those who don't know, be an insurance company saying we will work with you and possibly defend you, but we reserve our rights to deny coverage down the road if we determine that there's something that's not covered, right? That's what you mean by that?
Perfect.
Right, okay. So in this case, and I forget who asked the question, but you said AIG, it sounds like, gave authorization to Hockey Canada to negotiate a settlement. That's not uncommon, is it?
No, it's not uncommon. It's not an everyday occurrence, but I think given the circumstances and the insistence of Hockey Canada to protect the name of the victim,
right.
I believe Hockey Canada, not Hockey Canada, but AIG took this into consideration seriously.
Right. So AIG would have done that with that issue in mind, and I'm not trying to import their views. I don't know what they were thinking, but that would be a logical conclusion. So, look, I think I will leave it there, sir. I think that these issues, as between Hockey Canada and the insurer, are not necessarily relevant to the issues at hand here, but I just want to say thank you for being here, and I appreciate your answering my questions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Just under the wire, James Maloney. Okay, so now I want to go to, for 2.5 minutes, for the Bloc Québécois, Martin Champoux.
Martin n'est pas là, Madame la Présidente, je vais y aller.
Madam Chair, Martin isn't here. I will ask the question. When will the Canadian Hockey League, when did it start to be covered by Hockey Canada? Well, I can't answer that question, but I can certainly provide you the information. Thank you. Have all these cases been paid for families of those in amateur hockey, because they've seen inscription fees go up, registration fees? Well, no, that's not at all. It's not the 600,000 in registrations. As I mentioned, the fund is a fund, as we've learned, is a fund. This is a reserve fund.
It also includes coverage for uninsured claims and also insurance
This
premiums.
is not very good. I don't know who provides them, but they're not very good.
I'm sorry?
I'm
Madam
sorry.
Chair?
Yes, no, I was speaking to my assistant here. Thanks.
Oh.
Sorry about that.
All right. I believe the one important comment that I would make with respect to the fund is the fact that it is not unusual. It is in fact prudent risk management to have a fund. And let me tell you why, because you keep coming back on the registrations. If Hockey Canada had not kept a fund and eventually had an uninsurable loss of some significance, you're right, the only way that they could probably recover would be to go and actually increase registration fees for these kids. So this is prudent, so they don't have to go back. They're reserving this fund over a number of years. So, you know, I really don't have much more to say with respect to the fund.
Merci.
30 seconds.
Ce qu'on comprend, c'est qu'il y a notamment...
Thank you. Well, Mr. McCurdy in his affidavit in paragraph 15 mentioned this. There are several questions. We also understand that this has an impact. But my last question, the number of claims paid, we heard 9, were there 9 or 12 claims? I can't tell you the reason for the difference. I'll simply say that this is the number I have on the graph before me, who say 12. Thank you, sir. My pleasure.
Enough time. Thank you. Now, Mr. Julian, for 2.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lorenzetti, you've been on the board of the Hockey Canada Foundation. What other roles have you played within Hockey Canada?
Aside from being a contributor to the Assist Fund and some charitable donations, my only role was past chair, vice chair of the foundation.
So you've had no other role in connection with any particular events within Hockey Canada?
Specifically, as Madam Chair, I'm sorry again. Thank you, Madam Chair. Specifically, our company has been a sponsor of Hockey is Hers, Women in Hockey, through Hockey Canada. Yes, sir.
Okay. But you haven't served as a chair of any of the tournaments or championships?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Would you know the identity of the person who is responsible? We heard testimony earlier about the National Equity Fund and that Graham James was the perpetrator that was responsible for a number of the payments that were made to victims. Would you know the identity of the person who was responsible for the 4 settlements made through the National Equity Fund that were not related to Mr. James?
No.
You'd have no knowledge of that?
Not personally, no, sir.
Okay. I just remarked from your initial comments, you stated that not all coverage was recoverable. And I would appreciate if you could elaborate a little bit more about that.
Again, can you be more specific? Are you referring to 03 Carcillo claim? Because as I mentioned earlier, every incident or claim is different in our industry. So I can't. Yeah.
This was in your initial presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
In general, when you talk about not all coverage being recoverable, you mean right. In the same way that we've spoken about earlier, that not everything is able to be paid out of insurance, that there may, in some cases, need to be additional funds brought to bear.
Exactly. That's a good point. Exactly what I was attempting to say. And that, of course, is one of the reasons Hockey Canada set up this fund for that as well.
I said that already.
I'm sorry?
Thank you very much, Peter. If that's it, we now go to a Conservative for 5 minutes. Again, I don't know who that's going to be. It's Karen again. Okay,
Hello,
Karen.
Hetty. It's me. Thank you very
got
much.
the luck of the draw today.
I sure
Okay?
did. And I really thank you for this. So we're talking about the National Equity Fund. We're talking about the insurance that AIG would be able to provide. I know that they had talked that immediately on that day in 2018, their insurance company was aware of this. Can you share with me the types of discussions that Hockey Canada had with you specifically in those first few days, whether or not they could use this fund or use the insurance, or whether they had then to dig into the National Equity Fund? Can you share with me the conversations you would have had with them?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me be very specific to this point. There were absolutely no details furnished in 2018. This was simply an incident report, and that's all we were made aware of, an incident report. That was, I believe, June 19, June 20th. And then what we would normally do under circumstances, my team would then report this incident report to AIG. In probably under 10%, 7 to 8% of the time, incidents reports turn out to be claims. So very few claims arise out of pure incident reports.
Okay, so there was an incident report then that was sent up to AIG regarding this with Hockey Canada. And so did there a report from AIG ever come down and just say what they would and would not cover? Was there any advice from the insurance company on what they would and would not cover?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like I'm attempting to explain, we didn't have any detail.
No details.
It was a simple incident report.
So an incident report, okay. So in an incident report, it gives you no facts, just kind of gives you there was an incident, it happened in London, Ontario, and it was sexual assault. That's about all the details that you would have had from that. And so the insurance company doesn't do any follow-up. There's not a concern of what type of incidents this happens. It's just an incident and it ends.
It's an incident report. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an incident report. And Hockey Canada was satisfied that the insurer was satisfied that Hockey Canada immediately turned to a law firm to do an investigation. So that was well appreciated by the insurance company.
And although we heard about the investigation obviously stopped right after they paid out. So no due diligence was done on that, and that to me is very concerning. That we started the system, they could continue with it, and they decided not to. So if they really want to change the culture of hockey, then do a full investigation on all the players. That was something I thought should really be happening here with the fund. So if, for instance, passing away from the National Equity Fund, what things we talk about what would and not be covered in a case would AIG usually cover a situation where there was unconsensual sex? Would there, if it was a claim, just unconsensual sex, is this something that you would see AIG pay out?
Again, I cannot speak on behalf of, I also have client privilege, and I can't speak on behalf of insurers. I think that question is better served to be directed towards AIG.
Okay, fair enough. I guess as I'm looking at this, we have these set up, and I'll be the first thing. When I pull up AIG and the first thing I see is Bill Cosby, that's concerning to me. That shows to me that we are allowing this type of culture, whether it's Bill Cosby or other players. This is something that I have a concern because we are supporting financially these types of behaviors and paying off people and silencing people. That is what we're doing through these types of insurance. So I know that we need them, because at the end of the day, the victim does need to have something, and they're not going to be whole. So I do understand that there's both sides to this, but I wonder if we step back and saying, we are insuring sexual assault, we are insuring sexual abuse. What is right about this? And I think those are some of the concerns that I have. And I'm hoping that insurance companies are asking proof, measurables. We want to see my insurance gets canceled if I make multiple claims because I've been in multiple accidents. I'm wondering if there's ever concerns that Hockey Canada sits there and goes, wow, we have a lot of claims happening here. 12 may not seem a lot, but sure, that sounds like a lot to me, because these are just reported claims. Are you asking for anything, or are you asking for more or better information coming from Hockey Canada as they move forward?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned in my opening statement, I am very encouraged with the changes, the action plan, and the communication that's now coming from Hockey Canada. They have admitted that's long overdue. I think we've got to give them some time. This is not going to happen overnight, but to put a positive spin on this, I think doing something is better than just ignoring it again. So I'm optimistic.
Thank you, Karen. I think that's it. Thank you very much. And then I'm going to go to Lisa Hepner for 5 minutes, Lisa, for the Liberals.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'd like to thank Mr. Lorenzetti for being here today. Mr. Lorenzetti, I apologize if some of these questions start to sound a bit repetitive, but I'm wondering if you can talk to us about whether this sort of fund to be used in case something's not insurable. Do other organizations have a fund like this that they keep in reserve just in case they have sexual assaults that wouldn't be covered by insurance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really don't think I'm in any position to comment on other organizations and what their funds are made of. The only comment I can make is that it's not uncommon to reserve. I think it's prudent risk management and prudent practice.
Why would an organization like Hockey Canada choose to use the reserve fund to settle a sexual assault claim without even waiting to see if their insurance coverage would cover it?
Again, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, with all due respect, I think this question is better served asked of the party to the contract, which is Hockey Canada, not their broker.
Okay. I don't know if I have any other questions. You guys have any?
You have no more questions left, Ms. Hepner.
Yeah, no, I'm good, Hetty. Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Lisa. So that brings us to the end of this final round, and we're coming to the end of our hour. And I want to thank Mr. Lorenzetti for coming here and for answering questions, some of which were not appropriate for him to answer because he's a broker and not the insurer. But I'm pleased to hear, Mr. Lorenzetti, that you actually talked about risk management with Hockey Canada and made recommendations for them in the future. So what I would like to do is to thank the clerk and the interpreters. This has been a long, long session. 4 hours is a very long time. And I want to thank them for taking their time on a lovely summer afternoon to come here. I also want to say that we have outstanding persons that we wish to hear from again, and that is AIG themselves and someone from Hockey Canada, from Sport Canada, who has been ill and is prepared to come at another time. So with that, I again want to thank everyone for coming together. I would like good questions were asked, and I will see you when I see you. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Merci. Merci au greffier. Merci au traducteur.
Thank you, clerk. Thank you, interpreters.